Check. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, jelas suaranya ya, Prof. Iswanto. Good
Yes.
morning, Prof.
Morning, morning.
Nice to meet you in Zoom meeting.
Yes, me too.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. It seems that the participants are more than 400.
400, yes, sir. And I
400.
remind all of the participants to join now
Yes, this is
because
now it is
still,
38.
yes, of course.
Probably they are not come into the Zoom soon.
Because we have two link. The first is YouTube
Ah,
streaming and the
you
second
have
is
streaming.
Zoom meeting.
Okay. I also recommend my student to join this conference.
Thank you.
And it seems that 3 or 4 classes from Abu Hassan is one of my student of doctoral
Hello.
program.
Pak Abu Hasan ya, the first
First
participant for
participant,
today,
yeah,
Prof.
yeah,
Iswanto.
yeah.
Siap, Prof.
Duluan
Siap.
sekali hadir
Yeah.
dalam Zoom meeting.
Kayaknya ada Lydia Kandau dalam ini nih. Maksud Lydia Kandau ini kan artis
Artis.
zaman Rano
Oh,
Karno dulu ya.
all artists Lydia Kandau.
Lydia Kandau.
Yes, of course. Lydia Kandau.
Pak Rektor belum ya? Belum masuk.
Pak Rektor lagi posisi ada DL, Rob. Mungkin
Oh,
nanti akan
DL.
bergabung ya.
Jadi ya salah.
Oke, aman.
Ini Bu Nur Samsia ini juga mahasiswa S3 ini. Bu Nur Samsia ini. Mahasiswa S3 PAI. Mau dihitung nih yang ikut ini nih. Ya,
Dicek ya, Prof. Siapa yang join?
Jadi 2 hari acaranya kak. Jadi hari ini dengan besok ya.
Ya, besok. Jadi hari
Untuk
ini
mahasiswa.
for expert and lecturer, and the second day for student, sir.
Student tuh.
Jadi ya siswa mahasiswa dari berbagai universitas.
Jadi yang hari ini tidak ada mahasiswa ya.
Tidak ada, semuanya
Oh.
expert and lecturer.
Winpas Bengkulu ini siapa namanya ini nih? Winpas Bengkulu, coba ditulis namanya nih. Oh, Nur Haryanto. Oh, Rian. Oke, oke, ya, ya, ya. Yes.
Siap, Prof. We are ready here, Prof.
Ya, ya, ini kuliah bersama ini nih, apa namanya? eh Pembicara dari ini, Inggris.
Siap, siap, Prof.
Mungkin sebelum masuk ini bisa diputar lagu jazz, si Eka.
Yes, Rob, on process.
Jadi
We
sambil
have
nunggu
2 minutes again, and we can play some video of this conference.
Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang kualifikat tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang kualifikat tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. To start this event, let us pray and thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for bestowing so many blessings so we can attend first experts, lectures, and student virtual talk. ELeSViTa UPTB IAIN Curup. Curup, February 11, 2025. Begin. Ladies and gentlemen, let us open our agenda by saying Basmalah. Bismillah. Singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Welcoming speech of the Rector of IAIN Curup, as well as opening this virtual talk ELeSViTa to Professor Dr. Idiwarsa MPDI. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. The Honorable all keynote speakers yang kami hormati Ketua UPTB YIN Curup Dr. Eka Apriani MPD, yang saya hormati para panitia serta peserta dalam acara ini. Mari kita memulai dengan mengucapkan Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin sebagai ungkapan syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala atas terselenggaranya acara the first ELeSViTa ini. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada UPTB YIN Curup sebagai penyelenggara dan semua pihak yang hadir. Salawat dan salam semoga tercurah kepada Nabi Agung Muhammad SAW. Tema language learning in AI IoT era sangat relevan di tengah kemajuan teknologi. Artificial intelligence dan Internet of Things telah mengubah cara kita belajar, termasuk dalam pembelajaran bahasa. Teknologi ini membuka peluang besar, tetapi juga membawa tantangan, terutama dalam menjaga nilai-nilai humanis dalam pendidikan. Saya mengapresiasi inisiatif UPTB YIN Curup dalam menghadirkan ruang diskusi melalui kolaborasi antar ahli, dosen, dan mahasiswa. Semoga kita menemukan solusi inovatif untuk mengoptimalkan teknologi dalam pembelajaran bahasa. Terima kasih kepada semua pihak yang telah berkontribusi. Semoga acara ini bermanfaat dan berdampak positif bagi kemajuan pendidikan kita. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Selamat melaksanakan seminar. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Welcoming speech of the head of PTB YIN Curup to Dr. Eka Apriani MPD. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, the honorable, all of the keynote speaker for today, Professor Christopher Kortem from Adam Wikowicz University, Polandia. The Honorable Professor Luis M. Cardoso from University of Lisbon, Portugal. The Honorable Professor Riswanto, PhD from UIN Fatmawati Soekarno Bengkulu, Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Hamid Bardeste from Islamic Ahad University, Iran. The Honorable Dr. Alessa Durgayan from Armenian State Pedagogical University, Armenia. The Honorable Dr. Samantha Kaur from University of Bath, United Kingdom. The Honorable Dr. Rima Skotlikova from Webster University, Uzbekistan. The Honorable Dr. Frodan Mahbub Ibn Sharaj from American International University, Bangladesh. The Honorable Dr. Mutmaina from University of Al-Ashari Amandar, Indonesia. the Honorable Dr. Hisam Al-Sadvini from Cambridge University, and the last, the Honorable Dr. Nur Aini from University of Makassar, Indonesia. The Honorable of all committee of this first international conference by UPT Bahasa AI Curup and all participants that I brought for today. First of all, let me thank you all for coming to our online international conference. First, ELeSViTa, the acronym of ELeSViTa is Expert, Lecturer, Student, Virtual Talk. This conference is our first conference of UPT Bahasa AI Curup, and the theme of this conference is language learning in the AI IoT era. This first conference held by UPT Bahasa AI Curup for 2 days, 11 until 12 Februari 2025. There are experts, lecturers, and students as the speaker for this conference. I would like to say thank you so much for all the keynote speakers, all of the lecturers, all of the students for your participation in this conference. I hope this conference can give us the knowledge and information about learn language by using AI, or we can call it artificial intelligence, and IoT, or we call it Internet of Things. There are so many kinds of AI and IoT that can be used in teaching and learning language for EFL students or EFL learners. Let's join this conference and thank you all for your contribution. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Toward the smooth progress of this event, let us come together in a prayer, led by Subeki Jagadinata. To Subeki Jagadinata, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that our heaven can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and you those who are not Muslim, you're pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakas syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma a'inna ala dzikrika wa syukrika wa husna ala ibadatik. Hasantukum bil hayyil qayyum alladzi la yamutu abada wa dafa'tu ankum su'a bi alfin wala hawla wala quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Allahumma ighfir lana dzunubana wa liwalidayna warhamhum kama rabbayani shaghira. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fi rizki wa taubatan qoblal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawin alaina fi sakaratil maut wa najatan minar walfa indal hisab. Allahumma la sahlan illa ma ja'altahu sahlan wa anta taj'alu sa'ban idza syi'ta sahlan bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahul muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, documentation. Before we close this session, we would like to take a moment to capture a virtual group photo. We kindly ask everyone to turn on the cameras and position yourself within the frame. Are you ready? All right. On the count of 3, let's all smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Next. Do we still have another slide? All right. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, the next one. Wait for a moment. Please be ready. 1, 2, 3. Keep smiling. Still have the next slide? All right. Okay. Turn on your camera and position yourself within the frame again. Let's all smile. 1, 2, 3. Again. Ready? The next slide. 1, 2, 3. Smile, please. All right. The next one. Be ready? On a count of 3, let's all smile. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, we come to the last slide. Okay. Please give your best and beautiful smile. 1, 2, 3. Smile. All right, everybody. Thank you for all your participation. We come to the last agenda, closing. This is the end of the opening ceremony. Let us close our agenda by saying Hamdalah. Alhamdulillah. I am Nastiti Handayani as Master of Ceremony this morning. I'm sorry if I have made mistake. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a break before moving on to our main agenda. The first experts, lecturers, and students virtual talk ELeSViTa at UPTB in Europe. Okay, thank you very much. We are going to have a 15 or about 10 minutes break before we moving on to our main agenda. Thank you. See you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, gedung kuliah program pasca sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, gedung perpustakaan terakreditasi A, labor bahasa, labor hukum, labor ekonomi perbankan dan komputer.
Bank Mini, labor dakwah, buat TV dan radio pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu gedung rektorat, gedung kuliah fakultas tarbiyah, gedung kuliah fakultas syariah dan ekonomi Islam, gedung kuliah fakultas usuluddin adab dan dakwah, gedung kuliah program pasca sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, gedung perpustakaan terakreditasi A, labor bahasa, labor hukum, labor ekonomi perbankan dan komputer.
Bank Mini, labor dakwah, buat TV dan radio pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan.
Sayang, ibu bicara ibu, rugai ku tak terugai, kuliah nak tebo itu terlucuan, bila hujan dia menghapus. Ada atun masih tertabang, ada mono temo tabio, ada tinggal keracok nak au. Aman terbagi pacang milik silang madai luak taman. Aman terbagi pacang milik silang madai luak taman. Aman sayang nyaman lo kepau siang, dia nak tebo jibak mabis temabang. Aman sayang nyaman lo kepau siang, dia nak tebo jibak mabis temabang. Obat anak tajam, peningan ini ngan puyang. Aman mada tua celako, obat tua punyai menao. Bila hujan dia menghapus, ada atun masih tertabang, ada mono temo tabio, ada tinggal keracok nak au. Aman terbagi pacang milik silang madai luak taman. Aman terbagi kuat. Ku naik mendalam.
Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus teragreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan teragreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesanmu. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, gedung perpustakaan terakreditasi A, labor bahasa, labor hukum, labor ekonomi perbankan dan komputer.
Bank Mini, labor dakwah, Fuad TV dan radio pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan
HP dari pakai background di laptop ya misalnya.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our meeting today and 1 minute. So just be prepared. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Welcome all to the first language learning in artificial intelligence Internet of Thing era for the first ELeSViTa hosted by UPTB and Churu. And the honorable for the guest speakers today and all the participants who are attend here in the first ELeSViTa conference. We invited expert lecturers and students in virtual talk in the theme of language learning in IIoT era or artificial intelligence Internet of Things era. So as we know that internet is very important as the management in education, and today conference we will get closer look into the education management for language learning in artificial intelligence using Internet of Things in this new era. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to say hello to the all speakers for today. We have several speakers for today from many countries that existed in this conference. For the first is Professor Luis Cardozo from University of Lisbon. So I'm going to read a brief short CV from our keynote in ELeSViTa UPTB hosted in 2025. Professor Luis Cardozo is the Polytechnic Institute of Porto Alegre. This is Higher School of Education and Social Science, PhD, in Modern Languages and Literatures, in the specialty of Comparative Literatures by the Faculty of Art of the University of Coimbra, with a thesis entitled Literatura e Cinema o Olhar Dejano Virgilio Ferreira and the Space of the Unspeakable. Assistant teachers, and PhD School of Education and Social Science of the Polytechnic Institute of Porto Alegre. He also researched at the Centers of Comparative Studies of the University of Lisbon, and his also main teaching and research area is the language science, literatures, and cinema, and also communication and science. And the next speaker for today is Professor Hisam from Pakistan, Cambridge University Press and Assessment, Cambridge, United Kingdom. And also the next one will be Dr. Samantha Kulli. Dr. Samantha Kulli is a reader in the Education and Applied Linguistics, of course, and the director of the MRES program in Advanced Quantitative Research Method at the University of Bath, pathway lead for the ESRC's KM Southwest Doctoral Training Partnership, SWDTP University of Bath, and associate member of the English Medium Instruction Oxford Research Group. This is for University of Oxford, of course. And then her main research interest lies in factors affecting academic achievement in English Medium Instructions, EMI, in higher education. And she has published 6 edited books on EMI with publishers such as Cambridge University Press, Springer, Bloomsbury, and Routledge. She is currently editing a special issues on the research method and generative artificial intelligence in applied linguistics, and the journal's research method in applied linguistics also. Her EMI-related research has been published in journals such as Studies in Higher Education, Journal of Engineering Education, Language Teaching Research, Language Teaching, Journal of English of Academic Purposes, and the last is International Journal of Bilingual Education and Bilingualism, and Applied Linguistics for the review. Next, our speaker today in first ELeSViTa, we have Professor Krzysztof Korten, affiliation from Adam Mickiewicz University of Poland. Professor Christopher Korten is the American academic with a passion of history, language, and education. He studied history at Oxford and Cambridge University before embarking on career at university as a professor. His passion for English language and teaching has resulted in over 150,000 followers on Instagram, and his account is dedicated to exploring all aspects of English language, offering valuable insight and resources for learner, educator alike, and Professor Corton's unique blend of expertise and communication skill has made him an influential figure in academia and social media. And the next is Dr. Hamed Berjeste. Dr. Dr. Hamed Berjeste, it is from Azad University, Ayatollah Amoli branch Amol Mazandana Iran. Academic, she is yes, academic professor, and affiliation is associated professors. 6, we have Dr. Prodan Mahbub Ibn Siraj. The brief biography is currently he has been working as the assistant professor in the Department of English and American International University, Bangladesh, IEUB, and he has completed PhD in teaching English as a second language, the TESOL from University Technology Malaysia, and Masters of Art in ELT and Applied Linguistics, along with graduation from the University of Dhaka. He researches interest in the field of ELT using educational technology like smartphone, IoT, and etc. And the next is Dr. Lalisa Durgarian. She is ESL, EFL, ESP trainer, teacher trainer, and global educator and international speaker. PhD at Armenian State Pedagogical University after KH Bovian Pedagogical Science. She took the MIS in the fields of psychology and foreign languages. She's also ESL teacher at Razam Basic School and 11 after William Saroyan and ESL trainer at Skyeng. Spacey Online School, DG Online School, TOEFL and IELTS trainer, and TTAAS EFL trainer at Small Oxford. A lecturer also at ELTA University in Czech Republic, teacher training in many countries. So the next will be Dr. Nur Aini MPD from University of Makassar. This is she is a lecturer of English Education Department at University of Makassar. She earned her master and doctoral degree of English Education program from Pasca Sarjana University of Makassar, Indonesia. She attended some international conferences as the presenters, namely Brown Beck Seminar at Northern Illinois University, Del Cap USA closing ceremony of PKPI in 2016 at Northern Illinois University, Del Cap, Illinois, USA, International Conference on Language Education, TEFLIN International Conference in 2018, and International Conference on Education of Science, Arts, and Technology in 2018. And she also followed the TEFL 2020 International Conference, Kintex Goyang, South Korea, virtually. She is a member of TEFLIN and Asia TEFL. She is a assessor of BKD. She first from Indonesian Minister of Education and Culture. She has got several awards, namely the best presenters at PKPT Research Report hosted by Higher Education of Indonesia in 2018. The best report design for basic training of civil servant hosted by University of Education and Cultures of Indonesia, and Puslatbanglan 2020. And Global Education Educator also of the Decade Award given by Leadership in Education Academic Development. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and our next agenda today is presenting the material from the first presenter. Please welcome our first presenter, Professor Wiswanto, Dr. Alice Dulu. Dr. Alice Turgaya. Excuse me, ma'am, are you online?
Yes, good morning.
Okay,
I'm
thank
here.
you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will give valuable time for Dr. Alice to present the materials. Time is yours, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, maybe for some countries, for some participants. I just want to make sure is my screen visible for you. Is it visible for you, my screen?
Yes, it is, ma'am. It is
Okay,
visible.
thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Adesatulkarian from Armenia. Thank you for my introduction. And today I'm here just to talk about artificial intelligence in language learning, because nowadays, 21st century is considered to be as a century of technological improvement, technological investment, and also technological challenge, in other words, because AI is something that has like in our life, in everything, in language, in education, in work, even in our everyday life. When we just try to have any kind of creative idea, we try to go to AI, trying to find some ways, trying to find some ideas about it. It has also its impact and also its participation and role in education, especially in language learning. Because usually, traditionally, going back when we want to talk about language, we usually have books, we usually have our training courses, we usually have our studying at university, at school, at college in order to learn the language. And also one of the most important maybe let's say points is that AI, and before coming AI, we usually depend on just studying, communicating, and basing on our mind only. Artificial intelligence has given us another voice, has given us another mind, which helps us just to start thinking about other ways, how we can just use artificial intelligence in work, in studying, in learning language. In today's my speech, I'm going just to talk about it, how we can use artificial intelligence in language learning. First of all, we can say that it's going to be like in language learning, artificial intelligence, first of all, is going to be like a tool which helps us to input, to use different tools, different kinds of websites, and also different kinds of platforms that will be helpful for us to learn language. And also it will make a little bit, not only just enhance the process, but also it will enhance the opportunities how to learn it effectively in a short time, and at the same time in a more effective way. And also it helps us just to personalize, efficient, and engage process we have to have in order to learn the language. In many cases, artificial intelligence we use to trying to personalize what kind of way we can use. For example, if we want to learn English, we can just create our plan. We can just engage different kinds of tools and also different kinds of platforms that will be really helpful for us. And also it can be used in different learning in different ways. It can be like through the presentation, maybe why not in order just to develop my speaking skill, I will use AI in order to speak with a virtual assistant. Or in many cases, I can even just use AI to make some presentation, to speech, even in essay writing. I can just fill in and ask AI to grade, to make it better, or to give some advice what we can do in order to make it better as an essay, writing, or something like it. And also how we can just apply for it. First of all, it's going to be like a personalized learning path, because for each student, every student, or maybe every teacher, in order just to teach, can make a plan through AI. For example, starting from the beginning part, or from the writing, from the reading, listening, etc. AI helps with speech recognition and pronunciation, because I can read, or I can ask AI, just inputting the test, ask AI just to read for me, or I can record and ask the AI to check it. This is another form of language learning. And also very interactive chatbots and virtual tutors, because in many cases, when we talk about AI, it has not only just checking assisting, but also it has very good chat box and virtual tutors, which always are in check in order just to help, which are always in check just to give us some advice what we can do in order. Even in many cases, for example, I can just insert some words asking AI to make an exercise for me. And every time AI asking, it can bring different kinds of exercises, which are very useful for me to use it to practice my words in different contexts. And also, it can be like, in some cases, like AI can generate content, adaptive testing, and feedback. First of all, when I talking about AI, I just use in many cases just the one that it can help me to adapt. For giving the students, or even as a student learning some languages, we can ask AI just to generalize the parts we have learned connected with the grammar or maybe with the pronunciation, and create a test which will allow me just to finalize, to generalize the ideas and also the whole information I have studied before it. And also just giving the feedback. There are a lot of rubrics through the AI we can create and use in order to, as teachers, to assess our students, assess, test, etc. And also, I think one of the most important and very effective and also challenging points is gamification. Through the gamification, it allows the students to have different kinds of games to use them, especially in language. There are many cases, for example, when it's difficult to remember the words, how to use them, how to have these words, what can we do in order just to use them. But when we have also vocabulary in the game, for example, I can create a quiz, or I can create like a puzzle or maybe a crossword through the AI. It will be it will include all the vocabulary I need to learn, I need to revise. And through the games and through the method of gamification, it will be more effective and more challenging, and why not, it will be fun for the student. Because one word, when we just traditionally ask the student to revise, to learn, why not to use, try to use in the context of words. And another thing is, for example, when I ask my students just to pay attention just through the games, like playing, or even making different kinds of like quizzes, I help my students to have a choice to remember it better. Or maybe my quiz will be with pictures and with a word and word definition. It will just visually, it will be easy for them just to remember the words, and also at the same time to remember through the pictures. On the other hand, through the gamification, we can just have an opportunity just to pay attention to the pronunciation and also spelling. For example, I can create puzzle, including all the vocabularies that I need to revise, and it will be just easier for my student to remember, to find, pay attention to the spelling of the word. The next method in AI usage in language is going to be like instant translation and also contextual learning. In this case, it helps us just to do a lot of just opportunities. Maybe I'm not good at English, for example, and I need to just have it in my native language. It's easier. I can just do just some Google translations, and it will be just helpful for me just to transfer everything to the contextual just part platform, and it will be just helpful for me to have a translation of the word, to be able just so the AI just to have a context where I can use, and why not, if I need some feedback or maybe assessment or some rubrics by AI, again, just giving the necessary instruction, it will be easier to do. And also writing and grammar assistance. I think this is very important and very helpful for us, is to have it. because in many cases, maybe while typing, in some cases we can have grammar errors or maybe spelling errors, and just inputting our text in AI context, we just give the instruction to correct all the grammatical errors or mistakes that we can have, and it's easier for them. And also in many cases, when we just talk about writing, about grammar, it helps us. Or if we see that the student is a little bit just have some mistake or errors in grammar, we can very easily create an exercise which will be helpful for the student to check one more time the grammar or maybe the spelling too. Besides, we have also many opportunities just to have pay attention to the cultural context. This is usually can be different in different cultures and religions. And relating to it in cultural context, we can see that every culture, especially in language learning, we can learn a lot of things about that language. We can learn a lot of things in this context. In the context of culture, not only just learning the language, but also be able to transfer it to another platform and be able to be involved in that culture and try to understand the language learning process from that context. And also voice interaction. I think this is very fun. And in many cases, when even we can say AI, just speaking assistant, or just try to have voice interaction and communication with a virtual assistant, just asking questions, answering, or trying just to get in touch with AI, asking him not only just writing, but also like speaking, pronouncing. In many cases, for example, when we just ask them and we go into to have a short dialogue, to have a mini dialogue, and it's really helpful for the student. These are different methods that can be used in many cases, but let's move and I will give more as one for them. Now, what kind of tools we can use in order just to have some ideas how we can use. Let's go a little bit, pay attention to the popular AI tools that usually we learn and also we usually use in language learning. First of all, is it Rosetta Stone. This is a tool that helps the learners to focus on vocabulary and pronunciation. Later, some of them I will bring it as an example. And also, in many cases, when I want just to have some things, some tools, I pay attention what kind of tool is it and how it can be just easier to use at the beginning of the learning or later. Now, in many cases, when I want just to have something to do, some tools to choose, I pay attention to the structure and also to the features. One of the tools is Duolingo. This is how it works. It uses AI just to create personalized learning paths, and also it combines gamification and also with AI-powered feedback. When you input, when you just enter after registration of Duolingo, you can just see that it brings what language you want just to learn. Let's take, for example, I want to learn Spanish. I just input Spanish. Then after it, I just, the system asks me, are you a beginner? Are you a starter? Are you like an intermediate learner, etc.? And then I just input every like need, and at the same time, my details in order helping the AI to fix which level I need to have. And then it has a lot of games. It has a lot of like pronunciation, spelling, writing, reading, different kinds of tests, different kinds of just words that help me just to learn the words. And also it includes like 30 languages, including like Spanish, French, German. Honestly, once I have just tried to learn Spanish, it's very useful one. You can just try any language that you want to learn, and it really helps you. The next tool I would like to talk about the Tanggal. This is another one which is also can be personalized and really mainly focuses on like real world conversations, helping just to learn vocabulary, grammar, pronunciation, and context. In this case, it gives like you have small conversations with it, and it also helps you just to practice your speech, your pronunciation, and also in some cases giving you just feedback, and also depending on your needs, it can be constructed just due to needs and something that is really available and appropriate for you. And also it includes like in comparing with Duolingo, it includes like 14 language. Again, Spanish, French, as you see, the most, maybe one of the most famous languages, or that statistics show that children tend to learn. The next one is going to be like a Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone usually it's when we want to revise to learn new words, phrases, and try through the images and everything to transfer to a real world context. And trying to adapt them to our learning speed. It means not only just to have like words, vocabulary, or like topic vocabulary, but also we, in this case, while listening, using them, we can practice our spelling and also pronunciation at the same time. And there is only 24 languages, like including also Arabic, Chinese, Russian, etc., that can be included and learned through the Rosetta Stone. And now let's go and a little bit pay attention to some cases what we can do, how we can use all these tools, because this can be a really very good tools for us. We can use them, but what are the benefits? Because especially nowadays, it is a lot is talked about the AI as a negative thing, because we say AI is something that is in our life in every case, and sometimes it, well, why not, it can bring to lack of thinking. It can bring to some cases like in something things, some situation where people just even the easiest problem in order just to use, we try to have. But or in language learning, it can be, yes, good one, but we don't rely on books, we don't write, or we don't look in other case as traditional education says, like feel it. But let's see from the positive point what it can do, how it can be beneficial and effective in using them. First of all, I can say that in many cases when I want just to have a really good just intention, and also many cases I just want to pay attention to the AI and also how effectively I can use AI. I usually pay attention to how it can be just used in many cases, because AI is something that usually I use to give an opportunity for many cases just have this AI just to be able to use it to make it more proficient one. And depending on it, we can just say that AI benefits are really very good one, because AI helps the students to learn. AI helps the students to learn. AI helps the students to go ahead and in many cases be able just to give an opportunity the students to have. First of all, when I talk about the AI, I can say that it allows to learn faster, because through the AI, every student has an opportunity just to be able to concentrate on an individual course. And also it can be used anywhere, anytime. There is no like strict demands and requirements how we can use and where we can use. And also it gives different like suggestions, different versions, different tests, different like solutions in everything in order what we can do. If a student sees that it can be like a little bit difficulties with pronunciation, can be like some courses or maybe some activities that will be helpful for the student to improve their pronunciation. And also it has a lot of things, giving feedback, having games, having different kinds of ideas that help the student to make it more effective one. And also about the challenges. When talking about the challenges, what we can do in order to challenge, the first component is going to be a lack of human interaction. While AI is a great for individual practice, it doesn't fully like replicates the nuances of real human conversation and also cultural exchange, because it can be like in some cases for the student, for the teacher, like a machine that can talk, that can give ideas, but there is no real interaction. We can see like in some cases like robotic case, but it's not. But on the other hand, we can just use it as a good. And also the second one, accuracy in translation. It sometimes can fail. It can sometimes be challenging for us because sometimes we need to just translate something very quickly and we rely on AI. But AI maybe it can translate not knowing and not taking into account the parts that are really very useful for them. That's why we have just to be on check every time before translating. And also dependence on technology. There are a lot of tools online and they can just reduce the learner's ability to engage in traditional learning method, as I have told. And in many cases, it can be like dependence on technology, even the easiest one. But I think on the other hand, having just something together, we can say that AI just has profoundly transferred language learning by making it more personalized, accessible, and also engaging. And through the use of AI powered tools, the learners can practice speaking, listening, reading, and writing, and in a more effective, interactive way. And there are a lot of tools such as Duolingo, such as Babbel, or like Rosetta Stone, or even there is also interactive talker, which can be really helpful just for each learner's progress to develop their pronunciation, maybe talk, maybe writing, spelling, etc. And also in many cases, the advantages of AI in language learning include like personalized content, immediate feedback, the ability just to practice at any time and from any place. And also, just the use of AI makes the language learning more flexible, effective, and engaging, and offering different kinds of methods, exercises, feedback ways, etc. We can say that, concluding that AI is a powerful aid in language learning, but for the best result, it should be used in combination with other learning just strategies. And as technology continues to evolve, AI's roles in language learning will grow now, making just it an exciting and also valuable tool for learners worldwide. Depending on it, we can just use different sources, different tools, just trying to combine and also making the balance between the traditional learning and also the AI learning. And in this case, it will be really helpful because it will not only just to be engaged in the education, just through the usage of new technologies, it will be more available and more effective one. Thank you. And I hope that in the future, any kind of language that you would like to learn, you can just choose the most appropriate AI tool in order to make it more engaging for you as a teacher, as a student, and you will just choose the most appropriate tool that will be really good for you to learn the language you have chosen. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you thank you very much, Dr. Lisa Durgayam, from the valuable information and giving us such information and comprehensive presentation for the first part. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the question and answer section or discussion session. We are glad to receive so many questions from all participants. And due to time limitation, we are going to select first 3 questions. First, for our speakers. Participant, you can send question via Zoom chat box. Thank you. Okay, now let's see the question from the participant. We've got the first question from Andri, Indonesia. The question is, how can AI-driven tools like chatbox or personalized learning platform effectively adapt to individual learning styles and needs to help learner achieve fluency in a new language more efficiently? This is the question, Dr. Larissa Durgayan from Andri, Indonesia.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Alessa, from the chat box. It's very interesting one because it allows to make up short dialogues through this tool. For example, if I have just studied maybe the vocabulary of food or meals, or maybe the greeting, how to get acquainted with a person, I can just use this chat box to make like a virtual video dialogue with them, or getting in touch with the AI talker or assistant, let's say, to speak. It's very interesting because you don't know what kind of answer is going to be, and you try this. Even if you speak, sometimes you can also give the instruction, not only just to have a short mini dialogues with a AI virtual tutor or assistant, let's say, through the chat box, but also ask to correct the errors. For example, let's take if it's going to be like spoken, like in oral. In this case, it will be easier because you will see while you are talking, you will see your errors. What refers to the written form, in this case, you just a virtual assistant, you can just write down and also ask to check your answer, or it will show your pronunciation and spelling errors. And at the same time, why not, for example, if it is something important to you, let's imagine you want to go to an interview and you want to have like your introduction part to be better. While practicing with a virtual assistant, you can also ask after inputting the text, you can ask the virtual assistant to make it better, like how it can be like effective way. For example, instead of just saying, good morning, I'm like this one, you can just say, let me just introduce myself. Maybe this will be just a virtual assistant version for you. It will be more appropriate, more formal, and it will maybe include some new words that you know or you have known about it, but you didn't use, but it will be just challenging for you to know about more ways. That's why it's a little bit personalized, and you can, depending on the topic, input any instruction for them. They are ready always to help us. Thank you. I see one question here about how can AI help with language learning without making users too dependent on technology, and is there a minimum usage limit of for AI on your campus, particularly for applications such as ChatGPT and similar tools? Okay, let me first of all about the dependence. I think 21st century is going to be like, it's a century that in many cases we depend. Just imagine yourself, the first dependence comes from our, like having dependence on our telephones. In many cases, for example, we just depend on the telephones without thinking that it can be really Like in any easy question, I can just rely on it. And on the other hand, when I'm talking about it and how we can use the ChatGPT, we can first of all make balance between them. The first balance comes to the thing that I can make a balance how to use, what tools to use, and how much to use. Depending on it, it can be just the come to implementation, not like 99% depend on Chat GPT or maybe other tools and only 1% just making. No, it will be just the time when how you can just imagine yourself playing a game and after 30 minutes, maybe one day or 1 week, you just get bored. This is the same one. It comes a time when you just want to think as a learner, just to want to challenge yourself. And that's why AI can be a little bit boring in some cases. In order to make not so much dependence, we should just make a balance. Like maybe 60% we can rely on our papers, on our copybooks, on our books, etc. And like 40% do. Or we can just take the text. We can ask the ChatGPT, for example, to make some exercises for us to practice our vocabulary, and then just after printing them, not just doing them online, just printing them or just writing them in our copybooks, be able just to practice this work. That's why, first of all, my first recommendation, let's say, will be to make balance between them, not to have so much dependence on it. Thank you.
Thank you for the answers. That's next participant. Do we still have questions? All right. Okay. Apparently, we still have an enormous question or topic to be discussed today, but however, due to limited times, we need to end our discussion session. Thank you again so much for Dr. Alisa Durgayan for the valuable information. It's a great honor to have you in this occasion. We hope that we can meet you in the next project. Thank you, ma'am. See you soon.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
See you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short refreshment for 1 minute. Please wait for 1 minute to this Zoom meeting, and we will continue to the second part of this presentation. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the second part of our presentation today. Without further ado, now allow me to welcome Dr. Prodhan Mahbub Ibn Seraj from Bangladesh to present the materials. Are you online, sir?
Yeah, can you hear me? Is it okay?
Yes. Are we clear? So time is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Just wait a bit. I'll share my screen. Okay, is it okay? My screen is visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good morning from Bangladesh. Very beginning, I would like to thank the team of UPT Bahasa and group for inviting me to this first ELeSViTa conference. Basically, uh, I also would like to thank to my friend Mutmaina who inspired me to have a talk with you this. So after getting the invitation, one thing was into my mind that what is missing within AIoT. Okay. So nowadays we are using what? Lot of AI tools, gadgets, devices in our classroom. So in this regard, so I will have a different plan. So what I want to investigate basically what are the missing in this era in ELT. So I have come across green technology in ELT. So how green technology can work within EIT era in our ELT field. So this is my topic, green technology in ELT in EIT era. So this is my brief introduction. So before entering into my investigations, I will have some questions within my mind. And before this, why these questions have been risen? Basically, nowadays we are using a lot of technologies in our classroom for teaching and learning different language skills from speaking to reading. So in classroom, outside classroom, nowadays we are totally depending on the different types of applications. I mean apps. With those apps, we are continuing what we are going to learn and what basically we will have to get in. So nowadays we are not aware of technologies and we cannot think a minute of it without technology. Okay. That's why another issue is that yes, environment. Okay, environment is also very crucial part nowadays all over the world. Environment is warming. Okay, there is a obviously global issue. This one is global issue. Can't deny its impact. So in this regard, how this AI gadgets or the technology that we are using in the classroom, how can it would be environment friendly? Look at in your classroom is multimedia. Okay, it has projector, it has screen, it has sound system, all types of modern amenities are within in your class. So have you think that are we aware of using this technology in ELT environment friendly, or did we find that, or did we think that yes, is this technologies are environment friendly? So what are the issues if we are not about this, and what we are if it is within our hands? So a lot of things nowadays come into issues regarding to solve the issue of global warming. So one thing is that first we are using a lot of technologies, devices, gadgets in our classroom, in our, I mean, whether it is language learning or something else, but we are depending on technologies. But another issue is that how this technology, I mean, how my classroom, how my multimedia classroom is environment friendly or not. Okay, so in this regard, whenever I have formulated this research objective that what is the conceptual framework of green technology that we may that materialize in language classrooms by researchers. So uh, as I am thinking that yes, there should be green technology in ELT. So I have gone through the investigation. Is there any research on this? Okay. So what types of research have been already done? Okay. So formulating or depending on this objective, I have gone through this searching engine. I mean searching keywords. Okay. So my searching keywords was like green technology, language learning, or language teaching. With these three terminologies, I have gone through Google Scholar, Science Direct, Scopus, Emerald. Okay. So these are the prominent databases in academia. So I have gone through those databases with these three terminologies, and obviously I have searched publication. Those are published in English, and there is no time restrictions. I just randomly sourcing, and though I have some criteria, and this criteria was followed by Prisma, and I have found total 300, 311 articles or journals or conference proceedings, book chapters on this topic, green technology in ELT. And scrutinizing these 311 different types of papers, I have selected only 7. It means that only 7 publication matched with my objectives. It means solely these 7 research papers were working, dealing technology, green technology in ELT. So what the outcome from these 7 articles? Basically, from those 7 articles, I have found this six. I mean, this 6 different types of methodology. Okay, I think this methodology are totally new in ELT. Okay, as very few research have been done on this through all my extensive search from different databases. Okay, so these are the methodology I have found how ELT is going to be integrated with green technology. I mean, in the era of AIoT, we are not lagged behind that. We are merely using technology in our classroom. It should not be happen like this. What should be? Yes, we researchers, I mean ELT researchers, we must have concern on global issues. Okay, so how this technology can be environment friendly, or how this can be bring, I mean, a change or sustainability for the environment all over the world. So in this regard, I have found these 6 different types of uh, frameworks of green technology in ELT, or I have categorized this one as methods. Those the concepts of these 6 methods are somewhat similar, as it is the beginning. I mean, just merely starting thinking this GT in ELT, it's still we need much more research for formalizing, for framing this one into a shape like GTM, like audio lingual method, like communicative language teaching method. So for coming into this stage, I think we need some time over there. Okay. So these are the 6 different types of methods. Those deals, those explore to deal environment in ELT. So how was this? What the concepts were within these 6 different types of methods? Okay. So usually first method I have found that green social media and language teaching, GSMLT. So green social media. Though all these methods merely dealt with the content. Okay, how would be the content of language teaching, and what should be the things that are related to environment. But these methods did not talk about yet how can we, I mean, how the gadgets, how the device will be environment friendly. This method still did not talk about. They only talk the contents. Okay. So I think we can be clearer, more clearer after this. So green social media, what does this method say? What the main aspects of this methods? Basically, this method says that yes, utilizing social media platforms to promote environmental awareness and sustainability education within a language learning context. So Nowadays we are using lot of social media, no doubt, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. Beside this, there are some other community platforms. We are using this, but yes, if we formalize this social media in the way to I mean, the content we are teaching, the content should be based on the environment, as students will be aware about the environment. So this one is this one the main issue of this method of this framework. So the other key concept is that integrating environmental themes that I have already talked that yes, here the main concept is that within this method we have to integrate the environmental themes. Then yes, we have collaborative projects. I mean, the student tasks or activities will be based on environmental different issues, and they will do or they will go for these activities and they will submit as a team. Then authentic language exposure, yes, here this one is very much, I mean, related to productive skill like speaking and writing. So here students can use authentic language exposure. They can come across different issues of the different environmental issues, the different context, and they will communicate, and they also communicate through speaking or writing. So they will get authentic environment over there. Then engaging activities. So yes, the activities nowadays in the classroom, we usually do polls, quiz, interactive challenges. So these are activities we usually do in the classroom. We can also assign this one based on environment that students can be aware of this. And community building. Beside this, yes, language means what? Language means communication, the way of communication. So in this regard, in many in EFL context like Indonesia or Bangladesh, we don't have much more opportunity to speak in English. That's why uh, in speaking, still in Bangladesh we have some problem. But if we introduce this GSMLT, there will be the problem will be solved in a bit because students can communicate in reality. So this is the one of the motto of green social media in language teaching. So the examples of this contents might be like what types of things or content we can teach in this method. So we can teach vocabulary, the vocabulary green, green vocabulary, then eco-friendly debate, then green new roundup, sustainable lifestyle. So all these things we can uh, design based on the environment. Next one is green language teaching approach. So this one is another framework, another teaching method. Those will help. This will help to, I mean, to introduce environment-friendly language teaching in the classroom. So what does it mean? GELTA means integrating environmental education and conciseness into the English language curriculum. It is based on green English language teaching. Okay. So this green language teaching approach basically based on environmental education as well as consciousness of English language. I mean, conscious on the environment in learning English language. So this one is here the most important issues. I mean, the slide features are like language proficiency and ecological comprehension. So through this method, students will be languagely proficient as well as they will have ecological understanding. That's why here environmental literacy is important. Okay, so through this method, students will be environmentally literate, and here language teaching means not merely to transform the function of language from that of a simple means of communication to one that addresses environmental concerns. Okay. Basically, here language teaching means not only teaching means of communication, rather than it also teaching what how they will apply this knowledge in their reality to solve the real problem like a global warming or environment problem. So basically, GLT is based on two concepts: CBI means content-based instructions, and CLIL, content and language integrated learning. So this method basically based on these two concepts, CBI and CLIL. So here there are different types of activities like digital photo voice, broadcasting, digital poster creation, presentation. This would be the learning tasks, learning and teaching tasks in the classroom through this method. So after this, the next a method that I have found after my investigation. This one is context-aware ubiquitous language learning. So call is based on green building English study activity. This one is GIBLA. Okay. So here what the activities in the classroom will be centered on environmental issues. Okay, so here smartphones, QR codes will be used for the purpose of ecological education within the language curriculum. And here there is the interaction. The interaction will be held on environment, okay, and one contextual learning materials also be provided. So this method is also based on CBI and CLIL. Okay, so I have repeat that yes, these methods are somewhat interchangeable. The concepts are interchangeable because still they are child. We need much more investigation to formalize those methods. Then finally, green pedagogy. Okay, green pedagogy, this one is referred to the environmentally based language teaching, and this one is based on EE, environmental education. Here, this method usually increase students and language instructors' understanding of the significance of environmental educations. Here, this method is also, from the lens of content and language integrated learning, CLIL, and here CBI and CLIL also works behind, formalizing this method. And here, environmental issues need to incorporate with language curricula, syllabus, and textbooks. Then the materials and resources will form environmental issues. So green technology based on that, based on CLIL and CBI. So content would be around the environment. And the final one is project-based language learning with technology, PBLT. So here project-based, okay. So the language learning can be held on the different projects, on the different issues of environments. It is totally participatory learning. This participatory learning means here students will be involved actively, and it will help students to acquire genuine experience through social interaction outside the classroom and environment. So it also, this method establishes social connections with local community members, environmentalists, policymakers, fundraisers. Okay. And here photo voice is also incorporated in this method. This method also advocates socio-semantic sense for self-expressions. In this method, we have to use digital camera or a smartphone or some other devices that could help to capture the environmental issues. Here, the presentation, visual presentation will be this visual presentation can be one: sanitation, water pollution, soil degradation, and air pollution. So different types of things or issues or different projects. Then these methods also advocate to prepare digital photo gallery. Okay, so this digital photo gallery basically will speak their contents, will speak their learning at all. And finally is that green screen. So green screen is very important because nowadays we are spending much time on a screen. So how the screen that we are using, this one will be eco-friendly. This is very important issues. Okay. So here that this methods basically talks about that, yes, educators or students uh, superimpose their pupils onto virtual backdrops, relocate them across dynamic digital backgrounds, transport them to a sanctuary in the deserts, and it also mimic the world, real world. So it also fostering the learning, real learning experiences. It utilizes what green screen technology that instructor can incorporate outside the world into learning. So here individuals can be smooth and individuals may have a smooth and uninterrupted experience. So green screens, it means that yes, so the things, the devices that we are using, yeah, those one will be environment friendly. So these are the major methods or concepts that I have found through my investigation. And I also found that yes, we need to accelerate these ideas to incorporate with AIoT, to make our classroom more environment friendly. And I think this, I mean, GT, will add new dimension to ELT. So another, result from my findings is that keywords from the title and abstract. So all these articles, there are also, green screen, awareness, English teachers, satisfaction, Gabla, ELT. So most highlighted words or frequently used words of this research are related to uh, green technology in ELT. So this what cloud also talks about, that all these research papers or research works deals with these issues, green educations, then technology, then online. So it means that what should be left basically in this field, more research is needed to explore this field, to incorporate with the EIT tools in the classrooms. And another important issue is that still uh, I did not, or we did not find that whether developers, apps developers or computer developers or any device developers, whether they are thinking that is the screen or is the gadget that they have been producing in market are environment friendly or not. Okay. So this one is also big issues nowadays. You know that what knows in Indonesia, I don't know, but in Bangladesh we have many different types of disease coming out using through these gadgets. So it is also very, crucial issue to think about, okay, to ponder about. So that's all my findings from my part. And yes, if you have get any insights from my talk, I think it would be very great for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prodhan Mahbub Ibn Zeraj from Bangladesh, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation for the second part. Ladies and gentlemen, our participants, now we've come to the question and answer discussion session. We're glad to receive so many questions from all participants, but as usual, due to time limitation, we are going to select only first two questions for the speakers. Participant can send the question via Zoom chat box. Thank you. Okay. Now let us see the question from the participant. The first question from Samantha. And the question is, how can green screen technology enhance immersive language learning experiences by allowing students to engage in the real-world context, like virtual travel or role-playing scenarios while learning English. That is the first questions, sir.
Can you repeat the last
All right.
few sentences? Yeah.
Okay. How can green screen technology enhance immersive language experiences by allowing students to engage in real-world contexts like virtual travel or role-playing scenarios while learning English? That is the question, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So all the things that you have mentioned, that field trips, then the local scenarios, okay, then other issues as yes, these are very much concerning issue within GT. Okay, I mean green technology. Okay, you have found that there is also project-based learning over there. Okay, if the tasks, I mean, language means what? Why we are learning language? For only for the communication. So how the communication will be facilitated? This one will be facilitated if you people make a trip with, to visit the local people, to visit the outside of the of your context. You are mixing with so many different types of peoples. Yes, your communication will be massively improved. So in this regards, basically, these methods that I have talked about, all these methods will facilitate students' interactions, communications massively, and I mean really in with a genuine experiences. Thank you very much.
Okay, we still have one more questions. And this is the second question, sir, from
Rahman Taib.
yes, this is from the
Okay,
questions.
just what? Yeah, this is a big questions. In
Yes.
what ways can AI-powered language learning reduce environmental impact without compromising educational quality?
Yeah.
So yes, there is the issues regarding redesigning curriculum, redesigning materials, okay, redesigning or reshaping the teaching methods. If we can do these three things, I mean curriculum, materials, and teaching method, incorporate it, okay, then we will get much more benefit from AI-powered language learning. Okay, so we must concentrate on three issues: curriculum reshaping, redesigning materials, and reshaping methods. Okay, if we can do this one, everything will be fine. Thank you very much, Rahman.
Okay. All right, sir. Apparently, we still have another question or topic to be discussed, but due to the limited times, we need to end our discussion session. Thank you for this selected remaining question. And also the question that we choose will still be addressed by the speaker via personal email, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, anytime.
Okay.
You just
Yes.
tell me. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you again so much for Dr. Prodhan Mahbub Ibn Seraj from Bangladesh for the valuable information. It's a great honor to have you in this occasion. We really hope that we can meet you in the next project, sir. Thank you. See you soon.
Okay, you are most welcome.
Yep. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a very short refreshment for 1 minute. Please wait for a minute in the Zoom meeting, and we will continue with the third part of their presentation. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue? Yes, for sure, right? We are now going to listen the third part of the presentation. Are you on board, sir? Professor Riswanto, SPD, MPD, PhD. Are you on board, sir?
Okay. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
yes, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we still have the third part of our presentation today. Without further ado, please welcome to Professor Riswanto, SPD, MPD, PhD from Fatmawati Soekarno Putri Islamic University. Sir, please go ahead.
Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes. Are you listening? Yes. Do you listen
Yes,
my voice?
very clear. It's okay.
Okay.
Good.
Very clear, Prof.
Okay. Right. Right. Firstly, I would like to say thank you very much for being here as part of the scholars among the scholars of the conference, which is conducted by language learning, conducted by ELeSViTa. This is called ELeSViTA, yeah. So the team is language learning in IIoT era. IIoT is stand for Industrial Internet of Things, isn't it? Yes. Right. Well, without further ado, let us starting with reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The title of my presentation is the role of digital tools in EFL learning. Right. As it is known that the digital tool is very what we call it is very developed lately in the last 10 years, where digital are very super booming, not only in modern countries like United States, China, and also in European countries, but also in our countries in Indonesia. So we cannot we cannot avoid this all stuff coming into our life, including what we call our teaching and learning in the classroom of English as a foreign language, especially at university classroom teaching. Well, as it is illustrated in these pictures, that the image of these pictures is describing how tools, how digital varieties are going to what we call coloring our life, our teaching, where the technological devices are spread out around our life, including our class, like in EFL teaching. And this might be one of the best thing, one of the best practice that what the English teachers should prepare in the future. But even though lately that we are using some digital tools like ChatGPT or something like that, but we are trying to develop our capacity with new platform of application in term of digital apparatus in the future. Probably next 10 years, this technology will be getting rapidly developed as the time goes over. So that's why these tools are very magnification for us to master, especially English teachers, English lecturer at universities, or English lecturers at the college, both in a public university or in a state of or Islamic study or state institute of Islamic study or state university of Islamic studies, like IAIN of Churuk or University of Islamic Bengkulu Soekarno, Fatwati Soekarno Bengkulu is among the Islamic university in Indonesia. Well, so what actually the digital tool means? Many people thinks that the digital are such like a very what call a very high advanced technologies, but actually without awareness that technology is also some of simple things like the laptop that we are using right now is also technology. The handphone that we are using is also technology, and also some our housework, housewares that we have now is also technologies, like what we have now, like refrigerators, like rice cooker, machine water, and so on, are also one of among the technological apparatus that we are not aware that all those all are developed over the time. And especially in EFL teaching practice, we are finding some of technological contribute, how this technological contribute in our teaching practice. Like what happened in this picture, that the students are showing how they are very, we call enthusiastic, knowing some of the information from the English teachers. This might be one of the benefit, how to why do we need to use technological tools in our teaching practice. Probably in traditional method that we are not knowing this, and the pictures are illustrated in term of paper, pens and papers, or also on a piece of white paper. But lately people are not very interesting on those stuff, but trying to see in some digital apparatus, like from laptop, from tablet, from iPad, and so on. So this is how it work, how it will call contributes the benefit of teaching and learning, especially teaching English among the EFL learners. And Indonesian students are also EFL learners, and we are learning English as a foreign language, not like in Singapore and Malaysia. On Philippine, English are taught as the second language, so they are second language learners. So even though some of the experts are not dividing those terminologies in terms of EFL or ESL, but for those who are learning English, who are learning English, out of the native speakers, they are called EFL or ESL learners. Well, let's see This is what I would like to remind you all about how what is the definition of EFL. EFL actually. EFL is English as a foreign language, as I explained before. EFL is English as a foreign language. So what we are now is like the student of our university are called English as foreign language. So this is the element of technological target, which is in fact of the ability to be improved. Like when we are teaching English, for example, in some of the foreign language classroom, the English teachers is trying to conduct, to employ the technologies in any single moment of teaching English, but some of which are using however, some of which are still using conventional method. But I guess probably some of the teachers are not well known with the technologies. Some of them are not very recognizable with some of the advanced technologies. But this is what we are finding. This is what we have the problem lately. So how to literate our teachers, our staff, our teaching staff, to improve their capacity in using the digital tools like ChatGPT, or like what we call AI, or other application, other platform of application that might help them to teach, to access, and also to accelerate the teaching practice. And also, we also know the impact of technology on language learnings. How this technology impact the teachers' teaching practice and student learning practice. This might be, it's still, debating. Some of the experts say, well, technology really, impacting some positive impact for those who are using technologies. But some others are also claim that technology can impede some student, what we call ethical, related to ethical issues, and also some of them are also trying to claim that this might making some students are not very care if what we call by collaborative teaching. Even though this is personalized teaching, personalized learning, the student are using their own technological apparatus, while they are not taking care, they are not giving attention to other students who are doing some group work or collaborative group work in some other case. And then also the exploring digital tool in web learning. So this is one of the forum. This conference also trying to explore what kind of the latest TEFL or EFL technologies are using by the English or teachers or English staff. But some of the presenters just now presented some of the technologies are using their own classroom, their own countries, but in our countries, in Indonesia also might be one of the target of how this technological apparatus coloring our teaching practice in the classroom, especially in EFL learning and teaching practice. Okay, so these are for benefit of digital tool in EFL learning. Firstly is how this is also one of increase engagement and motivation. I guess that it is not avoidable that the benefit of digital tools in language teaching and learning is increasing student engagement and motivation. Why are they motivated to learn some material in the classroom? Because the classroom content, teaching content, are very interactive, like using video quizzes and games. And also, the teachers also use gamification element to enhance the learning. So this might also able to increase the student engagement, and also trying to train the student to be active and creative in using the digital tool in some part of language teaching. Like nowadays is people are very common using like TikToks, right? Reels and so on. This is also one of the platform, social media platform to attract the student attention on some part. So we can also create another content which might help student to learn English. And also the teacher also can create content which might be able to attract, to catch the student attention on a certain certain period of time, like how to teach idiom, for example, how to teach idiom, how to teach phrasal verb, how to teach grammar, how to teach vocabulary in such of using videos, TikTok, and so on. And also gamification game, because the the specific characteristic of student, especially at what we call senior high school and junior high school student, are really interested in using game when they are studying, like Kahoot, for example, Kahoot and other quizzes that might help them to they are playing game while they are learning. They are playing game while they are learning English. So they are not aware of what they are doing, but they are playing game, but out of beyond of the beyond of the what we call understanding, they learn the language. And the second was improve accessibility and flexibility. So tools, I mean, the EFL tools or digital tools provide, huge or large, capability, large accessibility for student to learn, because it is not limited by the time. The student can learn anytime, anywhere, in any place. So this is why technologies. This is why the tools are very encouraged to use. But even though some problem will be happen, like they are limited with technological, they are limited with internet connection, but some part of the area will not able to to access the internet what we call networking. But there's no problem, because the internet nowadays is spread out, so we can find internet connection anywhere, so they can learn anytime and anywhere. So, and also the student, the student are able to adapt the different learning style. The student can determine their own learning style and speed. When the conventional teachers are teaching in the classroom, the teachers cannot adjust the speed, cannot adjust the student learning style. But when they are learning through internet, through online, they can adjust their own style, because they learn by themselves. They learn by themselves. They find the material by themselves. They choose the speed by themselves. So it is more adaptable. So this is called personalized learning experience. Number 3 is personalized learning experience. So all things are regulated, are driven by their own need, their own wish, based on the learning platform that they are using in that time. And number 4 is enhanced collaboration and communication. This is one of the problem happen when the student are using the internet or using the tool. They are, they are trapped in personalized learning experience, because they are not, studying among. They are not sitting among the collaborative group work. Sometimes they are sitting on their own seat. So this is one of the problem. They cannot share the ideas. They cannot work together with their friend. They cannot collaborate with their friend, so they can do their own job, their own need, and they can decide their learning style what they like. So finally, the what we call the collaboration and then group work discussion are not happen in some certain period of time, because the student are learning not using the group work styles. And real-time feedback and assessment. This is one also the most benefit thing that happen when the teachers, student are using tool in WFL learning, because we can give feedback and assessment very instantly, very 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 fast, with high accurate grading. So the student are not waiting too long when we are correcting, revising some of the student work, so we can give them back, and then get the feedback from the student, from the English teachers, from the English lecturers, by submit back to the student. Whenever they finish their job, whenever they finish their activities, and then we can we can grade them, and then we give them back, and we get another feedback. The student get another feedback by using what we call for example AI or something like that. So it doesn't take a very long time to assess, to, to grade, to feedback. And these are the types of digital tools in learning. Yeah, we can use this language learning application like Duolingo, Babbel, and Memrise. The Duolingo is very interesting because this is also one of the English assessment used by some of the English teachers, students to measure their ability in English. This is not. This is just like TOEFL test or IELTS test, but it is more, applicable and more accessible for some learners. Learning management system, right? And they were using Google Classroom and Mood and Moody and something like that. So they can use this system to learn without, meeting the teachers physically in the classroom. Online dictionaries, translators, they can use dictionaries or what we call online dictionaries that might help to master, to understand the word directly without finding the dictionary, physical dictionary, hard copy dictionaries. They can go directly to check the meaning or the pronunciation of the word. Speech recognition tool, for example, also Google Speech. This is the tool where can recognize the speech, who is speaking, how to use action, intonation, term, and so on. And virtual augmented reality. Now, this is a very famous lately by using augmented AR and VR. So the teachers give opportunity for the student to, to feel like we are learning like a real, even though it is not in the real class, but it is like a real class, like 3D animation, for example, 3D animation. So the student feeling such like a real experience to come to the real place where the student can enjoy the real place, to explore the real place even then they are watching in the classroom. Okay, the next one is the tool also improving student speaking skill. So we can use video conference tools, right? So video conference tools also is the tool to communicate with people from outside of the world, like native speakers. They can talk to native speakers without waiting for, the time for those who coming to our country and then we speak up. But lately, currently, we can use this opportunity to use this what we call tools to speak up with the native speakers wherever we are by using Zoom and Skype. And voice assistant like ChatGPT as well, Siri, Google Assistant, and so on. These advanced tools are very famous nowadays, right? So we can use this assistant to help us to reach, quick information, clear information, and then correct information that can make us be ready to get the information as soon as possible. So these high technologies are very helpful, and this technology is also used by many people, by the English teachers, English lecturers, and also some students do use this assistant to help them to improve their English as well. Podcast also, podcast is also one of the the media of how to improve our speaking and listening skill. I think podcasts are there are so many podcasts in online and social medias, so we can export it podcast whenever, and then this exposure to authentic spoken English in a different accent. So we can, access this, podcast like TED, for example. Yeah, TED is also very well-known podcast. So we can hear the authentic language used in that podcast, and also there are so many podcasts are using English, so we can get authentic, listening material from the podcast, which is, used, which is spoken by English native speakers, not non-native speakers. The native speakers are as the host of the podcast, right? So this is very easy to find out podcast in English. This is I used to listen one of the podcasts which is very famous, that is called speaking slow English podcasts. This is one of they speak very slow, and you can listen. We can catch up the word very easily because they speak very slow speed. Not like in such a normal. Even if we are listeners, for example, we are slow learners. We can use this podcast to improve because they speak very slow. And this is also reading and writing skill. So the digital tool improve our reading and writing skill. So it is not strange anymore. We can use lately we use e-books, right? E-article and also e-interactive stories. So maybe I guess there's most of us are not reading from hard copy books, hard copy material anymore, but we are using e-books. E-books is more practical, is more interesting because we do not have to bring them everywhere, which is such a big books in the bag, and then we can use it on our laptop in our small size of a tablet, small size of handphone. We can bring 1,000 of books, huge number of books without bringing such like before 25 years ago. Many lecturers are bringing their big bag like a suitcase. They're bringing their big bags, bringing many books, but lately people do not bring the books anymore. They bring the soft copy books. Even 1,000 of book articles can be put into a very small tool which is called handphones and online tools. And this is commonly used by many, especially English students, like Grammarly, style checkers. This is also very famous. So the English teachers also can use these tools to help them to check their grammar, their vocabulary accurately. But of course, sometimes some of the English teachers are using a what we call a pre website, but we can use premium terms, not only pre Grammarly, but pre grammar checkers, but we also buy a premium one to get more satisfied, because we can use this. English teachers can use this anytime. And collaborative writing platform, so we can do this collaboratively among the people from around the world, scholars from around the world. You can write paper, joint paper. We can write this collaboratively with other writers from university outside of the countries. We can produce the articles, books, book chapters, and so on. So this is very interesting, what we call forum, where we can, share together what we have and what they have. So what we have is, motivation. What we have is ability to write. What they have technologies. So we share one in another to get one, clear goal, ultimate goal to produce, to submit our journals, our books, our book chapters, and so on. These are the challenges. So tools is also not only what call having such benefit, but also some disadvantages. So we have to be very wise using technologies, especially ChatGPT in AI. So this is very considered with some ethical issues, and many people are using this to plagiate, doing some plagiarism, to write without any citation and so on. So AI is an assistant. AI is an assistant. It's not a main tool to help us to reach our goal. So making the AI as our assistant, So if we are only relying our writing to AI, it will not be benefit, because AI sometimes cannot be believed. AI cannot be. Sometimes AI is tracking us to the wrong way. So we have to check it over through our ability. AI is only helping us, assistant, temporary assistant. Do not rely on AI 100%. So we have to focus on our ability. We use AI to help us, like Grammarly, grammar checkers, Turnitin, and so on. Those all are those are all as assistant. And quality and reliability digital sources, and this is one of the problem among the scholars. Yeah, sometimes we cannot get such a very what call reliable materials or reliable resources from some of the website. For example, when we would like to write our papers, we are not searching those material from believable sources, like from scopus.com or from sgr.com and something like that. Sometimes we are trapped with such an article where the article are not well written, are not well produced by the publication. So we have to be very careful with this. So we have some channels that might help us. For example, we can use Google, what we call Google Scholars, scopus.com, and also sgr.com, and other platform that might ask to get some of the resources. Do not take random sources which not which are not relying to accurate or right sources from the internet. Number 5, balancing traditional and digital learning approaches. So this is also the blended teaching, both hybrid teaching online and also teaching offline. So we can combine between teaching online and teaching offline. And the material also can be combined through the meeting online or say offline. I think this is not balancing traditional, but also balancing conventional through digital learning approaches. So we can use from LSM, for example, learning management system, through Google Classroom, Zoom, and other platforms that might help us to use to improve our teaching quality. I think this is already blend traditional and digital method. Many teachers use, digital method to improve their ability. They improve the quality of teaching and learning. They can use this learning style, learning material to optimize the learning capacity and teaching capacity. But I would like to suggest for the English teachers who are teaching, in this moment, in this in current years, that we are trying to use some of the technological apparatus. We are not recommended to use conventional and traditional method as well, because nowadays is the technology grow very rapidly. So we have to adjust our ability to use the technology as well, even though we are not young anymore, but at least we are trying to adjust with the Gen Z, Gen X. Even though we including baby boomers, Gens. We are not living in our comfort zone. We are trying to get out from our comfort zone to learn, to study, to practice, and then we can use this. And we are not depleted by millennials generation, because millennial is more capable using technologies, while again millennial or baby boomers generation are not well known with the technologies. So the next, provide training both teachers and students. So also digital literacy workshop and professional development. I think also one of the important thing is we're trying to train our students as well, and also teachers and lecturers to use the digital content, like 3D animation, like using canva.com, using CapCut, for example, yeah. and then using Perplexity and Gemini and so on, so on and so on. So the English lecturers are not only using pen and pencil, uses the board marker using teaching writing on the whiteboard, but also we use some technologies to increase our our performance in teaching and learning, because technologies are very related to the quality and then also the capacity of the teaching and learning. And the next one is and monitor and assess student progress. So this can also use to monitor our student and to assess our student more progressively. So we can use some of the technologies to measure, to grade our student capacity, like when they are doing the test, and they can use AI to to correct, to revise a student, and we can give feedback to them very fast and very quickly. Okay. And also speaking skill, video conference. I think speaking skill also one of the ultimate goal of. Well, there are so many platform online platform that might help learners to improve their speaking skill. Like we can talk to native speakers like on Mime Race, Hello Talk, for example, right? So there are so many channels that we can talk directly to English native speakers all around the world. We can talk to the English teachers from United States, from United Kingdom, and so on. So we can use chatbot, voice assistant, and so on and so on. So also not only practice our speaking, because we are speaking mean that we are listening. So while speaking, we are listening. So not only improving our speaking ability, but also improve our listening skill. So both of these two skills are interrelated. So if you cannot speak, mean that you cannot listen. If you cannot listen, mean you cannot speak. So speaking and listening are integrated skill that we have to master in what we call spontaneously. So through this experience, we can improve this, because because perfect can be reached through practice. Nothing is improved if we do not practice. So practicing. How to practice speaking is by speaking. How to practice listening about listening. We cannot speak very well, otherwise we do not speak. So this is one of the way how to improve our speaking and listening skill. And also reading, I have already explained reading and so on. Okay, strategic integration. So this is also blending, and then digital method blending among the material that we can use to improve our ability in teaching and also in learning, not only for the English teachers but also the student as the listeners. The conclusion is digital tools significantly enhance EFL learning. They provide greater engagement, accessibility, and personalization. Challenges need to be managed by effective use. The future of learning will continue to evolve with the technologies. I think you can conclude this by your own, by yourself. And I think it is not difficult to analyze and synthesize the conclusion. Thank you very much for joining this seminar, and I would like to say goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Kriswanto SPD MPD PhD, for giving us such an informative and comprehensive presentation, of course, for the third part of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants and speakers, now we've come to the question and answer or discussion session. We're glad to receive so many questions for all the participants. You can send the questions, participant, via Zoom chat box. Thank you.
Can I get one poem? Can I get one poem for to ending my presentation?
Oh yes, sir. Come on.
And this is a special poem for co-host, right?
Yes.
And other participant, right? And this is a local poem that I have written by myself. And this is special for the head of UPT Bahasa and also and also the participant from
All right.
okay.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Let me read ya. Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
sir.
Yes, yes. Go on, sir.
Ya. Jalan-jalan Mesades datang, dang
Cakep.
lugu, temo kuasnar.
Siap.
Hukum ucap selamat datang dari peserta di Milau Seminar. Terima kasih. And that is Rejang language.
Yes,
Keren.
that's a nice, keren, sir. Keren.
Okay, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the questions. Now let's see us the question from the participant. Oh yeah, okay. Sir, we have the first question from Rubiana. And the question is, what are the key advantages and challenges of integrating digital tools like gamification and virtual collaboration into EFL learning, especially when it comes to student engagement and retention? Is it the first question, sir?
Okay, so how to blend them? So you have to understand some of the platform, the online platform first. So what kind of social media platform that you are using, like using Google Form, for example, using Google what we call using Zoom and using other platform that might have to blend them into one. But my experience that I use, some of my students are using like Kahoot, for example. This is one of the game which might help student to improve their vocabulary mastery. So you can use Kahoot to improve the student ability to understand the vocabulary and pronunciation. And also some of the mem talk, risk talk, for example, and also other quizzes that might help them to integrate with you as the English teachers online. But mostly when we are teaching them into a real life situation, sometimes we are not teaching them through online style, where we are teaching them offline. So you can use some other application platform that might help them to improve their teaching. They help them to improve their learning practice. Like you can bring them into such a situation where the students are involving with one and another to use the same goal to improve the speaking ability, like by using like Hello Talk, for example. You can also provide some videos, TikToks or Instagram or something like that. You can use your own TikTok. You can use TikTok by using such like see the short time period of TikTok. You can use your own TikTok, and then you give the student the TikTok, and then you can teach them by using your own TikTok, and then you can re-practice in the classroom. And also video, you can use your own video or your content creation. So you also have to be a content creator sometime. The teacher should be able to be a content creator, to create the content to help the student to improve. Sometimes you are not there physically. Sometimes you are not there physically. You are not in the classroom sometime, but you can send your video, your what we call your content, to help them to study at home or everywhere they are. Even though you are not there, but at least they can watch your video or your podcast or your YouTube channel and so on and so on. So there are so many ways to roam. As long as you want to have strong idea, strong desire to improve your student to study English. So there is no single ways to improve our capacity. There are so many ways. So make sure that everything is easy to access, ready to use, ready to operate. And you can use AI sometime. Ask your student to use AI to improve. AI is very easy to operate, very easy to use. Even you can use ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT to improve your student ability. I think that's all.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed information and answer. Now we still have one more question from Elena Hasani. In the development of technology, gamification has also emerged as a key element in education. How can gamification in digital tool boost engagement and motivation in learners? That's the
Okay.
second question.
So engagement, to engage yourself, because because motivation is coming from our desire, right? So when we are watching and we are seeing, when we are exploring something and we feel it is very interesting to watch, so it can evoke our desire to do so. So how to attract, how to evoke, how to create the motivation. Of course, we have to create something new, because comprehensible input is very important. When you put something into your learning without any valuable there, the student think that it is not important to learn, it is not important to practice, they will ignore them. So if they think that this is important information, and the information is very interesting to watch, and the information is very interesting to enjoy, to digest, I do believe they will be motivated. But if we think that the information is not valuable and we put them into a very traditional way of method, the very traditional way of performance, and I think nobody loves the traditional one. And then, because moreover, the millennials are really love to watch something new, really love to watch something colorful, interesting, and then audiovisual, and then moving pictures, and so on and so on. So if you use these ideas to put them together into a package of learning practice, I do believe that the student will enjoy your performance, your teaching practice. But if we are still using such a traditional way, and then we do not move on, we do not look forward to the new material, to the new application, the new platform of using digital tool, I do believe we will be left behind by the student. The student do not enjoy our material. They think that this is not important to practice. And of course, our teaching goal will be out of the box. So we want them to learn how to make them learning, how to make them to motivate, giving something that they love. If something is not interesting, nobody love. If something is not enjoyable, nobody love it. So how to predict, how to adjust, not adjust our desire, but adjust our student love. Not if we just, I don't like that, my student, I like that thing. It is not necessarily mean that the student love to. Probably they do not, you love them, but they hate. So do not put your head into the student head. Put the student head as your priority to be your target. If you put yourself, you have already been old. You are 50, 55. You are not their circle. You are not the, they are not their, their age. Probably what you enjoy is not enjoyed by your students. So do not priority your enjoyment, but just prioritize their enjoyment, and then you try to follow, to adjust with the technological apparatus. I think so. I think that's all.
Yes, thank you, sir, for this very detailed answer. So actually, sir, we still have another question or topic to be discussed, but however, due to limited time, we need to end our discussion session.
Okay.
Sir, thank you. Thank you. Some selected remaining questions, sir, will still be addressed by the speaker via personal email, and then the participant can also send the question to the committee, and the committee will send it to our speaker. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Professor Riswanto SPD PD PhD, for the valuable information. It's great honor to have you here, sir, in this occasion. We really hope that we can meet you in the next conference. Thank you. See you soon, sir.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short refreshment for 1 minute. Please wait for a minute in the Zoom meeting, and we will back soon. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, still in ELeSViTa conference hosted by UPTB EIN Churu. We are now going to listen the fourth part of the presentation. Dr. Rimajan Sotlikova, are you on board, ma'am?
Yes, I am. Good morning. Selamat pagi.
Good morning, Selamat pagi. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the fourth part of the presentation today to Dr. Rimajan Sotlikova. Please, line is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, selamat pagi Bapak-bapak, Ibu-ibu. Saya bisa bahasa Indonesia sedikit-sedikit karena pernah kuliah di Yogyakarta State University di Indonesia. Jadi saya ambil BIPA course sebelum saya dapat S2 dan S3 saya. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me for this conference. I'm really happy to see you all. Can I share my screen, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible? My screen is visible for you?
Yes, it's very clear, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. So let me introduce myself. My name is Rima, and I'm adjunct professor at Webster University in Uzbekistan. And I'm teaching TESOL program here for master degree program students. So today I'm going to share about AI, digital tools in language teaching and learning in VUCA era. So next. Today's agenda, we are going to review the introduction part, and then we have practical implications and benefits of AI. We talk about practical applications and conclusion. So first of all, I want to talk about VUCA era. What is VUCA era about? It's about volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So we are dealing with VUCA era nowadays. Volatility is about rapid and unexpected change, and uncertainty is lack of predictability, and complexity is about multiple interconnected factors. And ambiguity is about situation with unclear meaning. So that means we are in unexpected change and rapid change because as we know, we had internet and we had computer technology, digital tools, and then in unexpected change, we moved to another era, which is AI era. Now we are living with AI. And we are trying to master AI, because if we don't try to master AI, then AI tools will master us and will replace us. So we don't want, as a teacher, to give our place to AI. So that's why, as a teacher, we should master AI. So first, we are going to talk about why to prepare our students in VUCA era is important. So this is the question, that why to prepare our students in VUCA era is important, because the world is rapidly evolving and students need the flexibility to adapt to new circumstances, and they should manage stress, and they should address complicated issues and emphasize teamwork and clear communication. And also rapid technological advancements, students must be comfortable learning and using digital tools. So that's why we are living in VUCA era, and we should prepare our students for VUCA era. That means they should be comfortable to learn and to use digital tools. Otherwise, they feel like they are lost. Why? Because they think that AI can do everything for them and nothing to do to think about or to create, to build, or to activate their critical or creative thinking skills. So that's why our responsibility as a teacher is to prepare our students in VUCA era. Well, we should introduce them the digital tool, the trending digital tools or latest digital tools, and the AI tools, how to use them, how to benefit them. So so many points already mentioned and covered by Prof. Riswanto before me. Thank you so much, Prof, for sharing your knowledge. So I'm going to skip some of my slides because most of them are already covered by Prof before me. So do you need mathematics when there is a calculator? This was a big question when we were introduced for calculators in the past. We thought, oh, we don't need mathematics anymore because there is calculator. But until now, until nowadays, we are still using calculators, and at the same time, we are studying mathematics. We know that it is important to study mathematics. And the next one is, do you need to study humanities when there is Wikipedia? Yes, this was also a big question when we were introduced for Wikipedia, because in Wikipedia we can search and we can find any information that we need. And then people started to be worried. Why? Because they were worried about humanities, the subjects. Do we need them to study anymore when we have Wikipedia? But of course, until now, we are studying humanities, we are studying other subjects, even we have Wikipedia. And do you need to study anything when there is artificial intelligence? Yes, this is a big question nowadays. Most people worried when we met AI tools for the first time. We were worried. Most teachers also worried because they were worried about their place. They thought that we are going to be replaced by AI tools. Nowadays also I have so many colleagues that they have still anxiety about AI tools and to introduce the AI tools to their students because not all students nowadays know the benefits of AI. But the teachers are still worried because they think that they are going to be replaced in the future. But yes, as we already talked about humanities, Wikipedia or calculator, mathematics subject, of course, we need human and physical appearance of the teacher to guide us to learn something, because AI tools, as Prof. Riswanto already mentioned before me, they can be the assistant of us, but I don't think that they are going to replace us in the future because they are as assistant of us. And they can help us for grading, for example, or to create our lesson plan, so we can save our time by using AI tools. But if we master how to use them, or if we introduce the AI tools to our students, and if we introduce the benefits of AI tools and the pros and cons of AI tools, then students also understand how to use it. Because AI tools can be used for brainstorming or to generate the idea, but not to create the idea, because as a human, we create the idea. Yes, we still need, even there is a calculator, even there is Wikipedia, even there is AI tool, but we still need to activate our critical thinking, creative thinking skill, problem solving, cultural literacy, and higher level understanding, because AI tool is generative, not creative. So this is the main point that we can share with our students, because they should know that AI is generative, not creative. And I can share a real life example with you based on my experience. Recently, one of my friends visited to Uzbekistan from Oman, And she told me to guide her on her first day in Uzbekistan, but unfortunately on that day I was out of country, and I said just be there. She planned to be here for a week, and then on her first and second days she traveled herself, and on her third day I came back to Uzbekistan and we traveled together. But on her second day she asked from AI tool, from ChatGPT, about the sightseeings, the modern and the places to travel in Uzbekistan. And then ChatGPT suggested so many places, and she picked those places and she visited. But actually, I think someone is talking. Lola Al-Faiza. Can you please mute yourself? Thank you. Okay. So then she traveled, and when I saw her pictures on Instagram, then I found that she traveled to the places which I don't know in Uzbekistan. So ChatGPT suggested the places which is far from the city, from downtown, and I can see that very old and very traditional places. I never been those places. And then when I came back to Uzbekistan, we traveled together and we went to some places, and she really enjoyed her traveling here. And she said, I don't know where I went for 2 days in Uzbekistan, but when you came back to Uzbekistan, when I traveled with you, then you guide me and you brought me to the places which is more interesting. So what I want to say here is, yes, AI can generate what to do or how to do, but AI is not a human, and AI is not creative but generative. That's why we call it generative AI tools. So we shouldn't trust 100% for AI tools. Key competencies for success in VUCA world. So what are the key competences for success in VUCA? So first of all, I want to I want to make you to pay attention for this picture. You can see here 4 different students. Why different? Because here you can see different genders, and also here we can see that in their mind they have the same shapes but with different color, or they place the shapes in different places. For example, for the first student from the left, in the center there is circle with blue color, but for the second one it's not circle anymore. So that means we have diverse learners in our classroom. That's why we should prepare them for VUCA era, because otherwise they will be lost if we don't facilitate them the learning process, or if we don't help them to learn effectively. So we have diverse learners with different learning styles, motivation, interest, gender, age, level, and so on. So because of that issue, we should have different techniques and strategies in our classroom to teach them, or to make them to be motivated into our classroom. So students may choose, here you can see different shapes with different colors. That means they have different taste, different motivation, different interest, different hobbies, different level, age, gender, and so on. So that's why it's recommendable for teachers to learn first about their learners, what they need, what are the necessities, what are the wants, lacks, interests, hobbies, and then we collect all data together, and then we adapt our materials, or we make modifications based on their level, interests, gender, and so on. So here we can see another picture that 4 students are sitting, but one of them here you can see with red color, something wrong with this student. Why? Because maybe the reason can be maybe the topic is boring, or maybe he is fast finisher, or maybe he is sleepy. So what we can do in that case? So when we have the students like fast finishers, when we provide material, then he is the strongest one, and he is the best one, the smartest one. So that's why he is the fast finisher. And then he feels like this in this picture. He feels bored, or the topic is not interesting anymore, and so on. So what teachers do, most of the time, teachers provide extra assignment for this student. But sometimes extra assignment works well. Why? Because he can be busy with extra assignment. But sometimes it looks like punishment. Why? Because he may think that, why me? Why always me doing extra assignment? Because I'm doing well, so I don't want to do to be the best one in my classroom anymore. Why? Because I don't want to get extra assignment. They may think like that because it seems like punishment for them if we always provide extra assignment. So in that case, it's better to understand them and to feel them and to talk with them. What is his interest, for example? Maybe he doesn't want to write about family topic when we are providing family topic. Maybe his interest is in sports. So we can provide the topic sports in terms of writing. Or we can ask them their interest. Maybe his interest is in IT technology. So in that case, maybe we can ask from others to read the text from paper version, but from this student who is feeling bored, we can ask him to read from application. So we can ask to read from mobile phone or iPad or laptop, I don't know, because his interest is in IT technology. So others can read the text and then can underline with a pen or pencil, but he can read and underline or highlight with different colors using digital tools, gadgets, because his interest is in IT technology. So this way we can adapt, or we can make modification for our language teaching process. Otherwise, we may have lots of students who are bored in our classroom, and we don't want them to be bored in our classroom. So that's why it's important to learn about our diverse learners, their interests, their hobby, motivation. This is the case. This is the reason. So, and we should also know about 21st century skills in the VUCA era. Why? Because it's essential for fostering student success, and represented 21st century skills are represented by 4 C's. Most of us know about them. It's about collaboration, communication, creativity, and critical thinking skills, that we can bring those skills to our classroom. And how we can bring them to our classroom? By identifying our learners' needs, necessities, interests. And nowadays we know that most of our students' needs and necessities are about digital tools, because they are using them most of the time. Even we as a teacher, for example, if we have watch for example, me, on my hand I have my watch, but I always try to check the time from my mobile phone. Why? Because we are used for them. So we are used to check our mobile phone so often. So that's why our students are almost same. So they are using most of the time their mobile phones. So that's why we need to integrate digital tools or AI tools into our classroom, because they are used for them. And navigate the challenges and interact with diverse group. Yes, we already talked about it, that we have diverse group, and we need to identify their necessities, and we should integrate those skills using digital tools, because that's the need nowadays for our learners. Enhances students' language proficiency and prepares them for a global citizenship. And here I also want to mention that I know that some of teachers sometimes they limit to use mobile phones or gadgets in the classroom. Sometimes they say that you should put your mobile phone on my desk, and then you can go and have a sit for the class. But I don't think that this is good idea. Why? because even we feel like something is lost when we don't have our mobile phone or laptop in front of us. So it's the same case with our students. We don't have to limit them or to ask them to put their mobile phones on our desk and then to have a sit and have class, but we can let them to use mobile phones on purpose. So if we bring some activities or tasks in integration of digital tools or gadgets, then why not? So they will be busy to use their mobile phones, but on the purpose, on topic. So we can create some activities that they can use their gadgets actually. But if we don't do that, then of course they will use their mobile phone on other purposes, like checking their WhatsApp maybe, or checking their Facebook and so on. So the next here we have conceptual framework of PGBL, because in VUCA era, it is recommendable to integrate project-based learning because it has 10 C's. We already reviewed 4 C's. Here we can see 10 C's. Greener in 2018 discovered this conceptual framework for project-based learning, and he brought the idea of 10 C's. It starts from coaching, concept generation, confrontation, comprehension, creation, critique, change, culmination, collaborative reflection, and composition. So this framework is for creative learning in the second language classroom. So these 10 C's also can be integrated with digital tools to make it more effective in our classroom, or to make it more comprehensible for our learners. Not only using the paper version of project-based language teaching, but we can integrate those with digital tools. So we have some practical applications of AI in teaching here. Personalized learning. Prof already mentioned before me that it is individual student needs, pace, and preferences, like Moodle. Automated grading, so it can be helpful for teachers because teachers can save their time by using automated grading. And tutoring system, student performance analytics, and language learning, like Duolingo or Grammarly and so on. And I want to suggest some more applications that we can use as a teacher, the digital tools or AI tools for you. So the benefits already covered before me. We know that it's for engagement, accessibility, and time saving for teachers. And now some practical applications that we can use as a teacher. For example, Otter.ai. Otter.ai, I always use this one because I have one student in my lecturing class. I have one blind student. Yeah, he was studying in public institution while I was lecturing. So then I supervised him to do his master degree program dissertation thesis. And then he is blind, and he cannot see what I provide. So this application was helpful for him because he can upload what I provide, and then he can have the transcription with the audio. So with the audio, he will be able to listen what was uploaded in this application, and he will be able to listen and to understand. So this is a helpful tool that we can do. Canva is already familiar for most of us, so we can do here like charts or table to make our topic more comprehensible for our learners, because sometimes we have the learner who have different learning styles, like auditory, visual, tactile, kinesthetic, and we know that if we have a visual learner, then even we have lecturing class, it won't be comprehensible for them. But if we give the idea with the charts or table, then that will be informative and productive. So we can use Canva to make our lecturing class as well, to put the main idea with the chart or table and to make it more comprehensible. And here we can see Youglish. I think most of us know about this application. This can also be helpful for our teachers and for our classroom to make our classroom more effective. So in Youglish, you can search any topic and it gives you so many videos, and they can play the video. But if they think that they face unfamiliar words, then they can just simply click the word and it gives the definition, synonyms, usage, and translation. So they will be able to understand that word and they continue watching the video. So it's not like subtitle or the transcription, but it can also give the meaning, adjective as a synonym, and the usage in the sentence and so on. So they will be able to know more about the words that are unfamiliar for them. So the next one is Quillbot. I think most of us are using Quillbot for paraphrasing, grammar checking, and for plagiarism check and so on. This is also helpful for our students that they can learn actually by checking their grammar, they can learn. Quiz Gecko, this is also a very good application that they can create a lesson plan, solve the question, and chat to PDF. So we can save our time by creating our lesson plan by this application. And Han Academy, this is also very good platform that we can get benefits. So we can create classes and we can get resources from this platform. And Wheel of Names, yes, sometimes we have shy students that if we address their name, if we call by their name, then they feel like embarrassed and they feel like shy to go and to say something in front of everyone. That's why Wheel of Names helped me a lot. Sometimes sometimes I write their names and then click, and it can randomly pick their names, and they can go to the front and demonstrate their idea. And Magic School, this is also very helpful to create the class, and generate the rubric, so we can save our time as a teacher or write feedback. But we should double check if they are reliable or not. So that way we can save our time, because in the past we generated rubrics ourselves, but nowadays it's possible to generate with AI, but we can make some modifications. Bamboozle, because most of us until now using only Kahoot because it's famous and everyone knows about Kahoot. That's why I thought Bamboozle can also, from Bamboozle, teachers also can benefit and the students, because it's a bit different from Kahoot. They can work in teams, in groups, and they can get points, bonus. And so we can create the question and put, and we can divide them into two groups. So with two teams, they can compete with each other using Bamboozle. So this is also a helpful tool for assessment. And a virtual trip, here we can see, because let's say if the topic is about natural disasters, and if we have the topic natural disasters, then in our context in Uzbekistan, we have earthquake, but we don't have tsunami because we don't live close to the ocean. So if we don't have the ocean, that means we don't have tsunami, and our even especially young learners don't know about tsunami. So if we have a topic about natural disasters, then we shouldn't talk only about earthquake. We should talk about global natural disasters, and tsunami also should be introduced for them. But if we are not close to the ocean, if they have never experienced at the beach or ocean, then they don't know about tsunami. So in that case, a virtual trip will help us a lot. So we can search 3D or 5D version or animated or virtual trip version of the video. Then they can not just see the video, the simple video, but they can feel it by virtual trip. They can feel it, how it sounds, how they feel. So the topic will be more familiar, more comprehensible for them about tsunami, because they have never experienced at the beach or ocean, but they can feel the sound of tsunami and what to do and so on. So this is also helpful, especially for our context, for Uzbekistan, because we don't have ocean. We are not living close to ocean. So, and also connected papers. This is very helpful tool for writing, especially while I am supervising my students for their dissertation. Then I suggest them to use this AI tool for their writing. It's not for writing, but it's for connecting papers. For example, if they are listing their references list, then they should find the reliable or valid one, or with so many citations and close to their topic and so on. So they can generate the idea here. So they can search the topic. Let's say here I wrote AI tools in education, and here you can see on map. So they will be connected to each other. Let's say Malilin in 2024 developed an article about it, or Al-Zahrani, Chang, Zhang, and so on. So with bubbles, with dots, you can see the connection, the paper connection here. So they can see on the right side, they can see how many citations for that article. And on the left side, you can see how many articles are connected to each other. So connected papers is very helpful, especially for my students. They found it very helpful because they can see the connection, they can see the citation, they can see the connected papers here. So they can build their reference list, and they will be able to read about those articles. So this is also AI tool. Actually, it can build the roadmap or connected papers for the student or for the researcher. So in conclusion, I can say that AI tools present transformative potential for teaching and learning by enabling personalized education and fostering student engagement and offering valuable insights for educators. However, they have some challenges like data privacy and digital readiness, because digital readiness is also important. If they know how to use the gadgets, the digital tools, then they will be able to use them. So digital readiness is also important. First, we should introduce them how to use, and then how to benefit from AI tool or digital tools. So that was my last slide. So I'll be happy to connect with you via my WhatsApp number or email or Instagram or YouTube. So you can subscribe, and if you have any collaboration, I'm always happy to collaborate and cooperate with you. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Dr. Rimadan Sotlikova, for giving us such an informative and comprehensive presentation, of course, and that's really incredible for the fourth part of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the question and answer or discussion session. We are glad to have many questions from all participants. As usual, because time limitation, we are going to select only two first questions for our speakers. Participant can send the question via Zoom chat box or personal WhatsApp application. Thank you. Okay, now let us see the question from the participant. All right, we have a first question, ma'am, from Aliana from Indonesia. The question is, how can, in a VUCA world, how can AI in ELT promote flexibility and resilience by offering personalized, context-sensitive learning path that address the complexity and ambiguity of diverse learners' profiles and evolving educational demands? Begitu kira-kira pertanyaannya, ma'am.
What can you please say
Right.
and once more?
All right. How can AI in ELT promote flexibility and resilience by offering personalized, context-sensitive learning path that address the complexity and ambiguity of diverse learner profiles and evolving educational demand?
Okay, thank you so much for your
Yes.
question. Yes, this is interesting question to discuss. Of course, AI tools or digital tools can help us, can help for teachers to meet the diverse learners profiles in ELT classroom because we have so many options that we can use for our diverse learners in terms of AI tools and digital tools. As I mentioned before, we may have blind students, the students with disabilities in our classroom, or we may have some students who don't want to use the paper version of the tasks. So in that case, AI tools will be very helpful for teachers that we can search the idea. So using AI tool, we can search the idea, what to use for diverse learners. So we can select those learners that we have in our classroom, and we can ask suggestions for them, and we can find some applications to make them more motivated or more engaged in our classroom. That way we will be able to meet our diverse learners needs, wants, necessities, interests, and so on. I already suggested some applications that we can meet our learners who don't have their background information or background experience about tsunami. So we may suggest virtual trip, or for the students who have disabilities, we may suggest some applications that they can upload and listen without seeing, but just with listening, they will be able to understand what we provide them. So AI tools can be very helpful for teachers to meet diverse learners profile, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you for the very detailed answer to the question, Dr. Imagen Sotlikova. Terima kasih. Then we still have one more questions, ma'am, in the chat box. Okay. Here I have one question for you. Are AI digital tools truly preparing language learners for the unpredictable challenges of the VUCA world, or are they creating new dependencies? That's the second question for Karina Mehta. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I think this is important question to answer. I think this is our responsibility as a teacher, whether we are preparing our students in the VUCA era for using AI tools or not, because as a teacher, if we let them to use AI tools to prepare for VUCA era and to trust for AI tools for 100%, then of course they will be lost in their journey, learning journey. But if we introduce the AI tools to prepare our students for VUCA era, to introduce the AI tools as the assistant for them, or just to generate the ideas for brainstorming, but not trusting 100% for AI tools in their learning process from the beginning until the end, then that way we can prepare our students for unexpected atmosphere or unexpected change, because they should know and they should understand that AI tool is just an assistant. AI tool is just a generative tool that they can use for their learning process, but not the tool that they can trust on them for 100%. Otherwise, they never create or they never activate their creative thinking or critical thinking. So they will be lost in their learning journey. So our responsibility as a teacher is to provide them the task that they can just generate the idea, but not create the idea, because as a human, we should create the idea.
Okay. Thank you for the answer, ma'am. That is a very detailed answer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, apparently we still have more questions or topic to be discussed, but unfortunately we still have limited time, so we need to end our discussion session, ma'am. Thank you for the question for all the participants, and for those questions that for the participant that still have questions, we will still be addressed by the speaker via personal email. So you can send the email to the committee, and the committee will send it to the speakers. Thank you. So,
Thank you.
yes. Thank you so much. Terima kasih, Dr. Imogen Sotlikova, for the valuable information. It's a great honor for us here to have you in this occasion and this conference. We really hope that we can meet you again in the next conference. Thank you. See you soon, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a very short refreshment for 1 minute. Please wait for a minute in the Zoom meeting, and we will continue with the 5th part of the presentation. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back to ELeSViTa conference hosted by UPTB and Churup, Indonesia, 2025. We are going now to listen the 5th part of the presentation. Dr. Hamed Berjeste, are you online, sir? All right. Dr. Hamed Berjeste,
Yes.
are you online,
Hello.
sir? Yes, hello, sir.
Hello, I'm online.
Yes, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, to Dr. Hamed Berjeste, please, line is yours.
Let me first share my...
Yes, for sure, sir.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to confirm that you can send your questions after the presentation to the chat box or via WhatsApp application to the committee, and we will send it to the speakers. Thank you. Excuse.
I'm sorry. I wonder how can I share my slides?
All right, sir. We will try to help you, sir, by committee.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, for sure. All right. This is the slide, sir. Is it clear, sir?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
All right. Yes. You can continue the presentation, sir. Time is yours.
Okay, sorry for the delay. Good morning in Iran time.
Good morning,
it's
sir.
8 morning in Iran.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your nice conference. I'm Hamed Berjeste, Associate Professor in Applied Linguistics and the Chairman of University Board of Director. I'm also the Research Fellow of different university and also the guest editors of some topical collection. This is my pleasure to join you in this conference. I'm very happy to join you here, and I would like to first thank the organizer of this conference, and my special thanks also go to Professor Mathmania. Today, I plan to explore a topic that highlights artificial intelligence at the heart of 21st century in education, transforming learning into the third millennium. Yes, the next slide. Yes, thank you. The focus of our talk today is to unveil the changing role of education in the third millennium and to introduce the feature of 21st century and to distinguish between C20 and C21 education, and also to discuss the characteristics of C21 learners and to identify C21 English teachers' dominant skills. I'm sorry, I can't. As we look ahead to the future of education in the third millennium, one crystal clear idea and what is clear here is that artificial intelligence is not just a tool. In fact, it's rapidly becoming the heart of how we learn, how we teach, and how we grow in the years to become. We are living in a time when education, much like every other facet of society, is experiencing a shift. The way we approach knowledge and the way we learn and the tools we use to distinguish the worlds are evolving faster than ever before. And at the center of this transformation, artificial intelligence is the center, a technology with the power to shape enhance, redefine learning to a global scale. Before we delve into transformative nature of artificial intelligence, let's take a moment to consider the educational landscapes in today. Education is no longer just involved the transfer of facts and figure. It requires an approach that empowers students to solve real-world problems, to collaborate across borders, and to navigate a complex digital landscape. This is the main, in fact, role of education today. So, world in 21st century, there is a change in education, the change in postmodernism, in technology, speed, media, internet, social networks, and the choice. So the traditional formula in education is now useful today, because in traditional education, we have transmitting the knowledge, where the teacher, like a banking model, provide information in students' minds, and then students go home, try to memorize, and then graduate. This is the transmitting of the knowledge. Now, change. I wonder if it is effective in 21st century now. So, the demands of the modern world are complex. Critical thinking, creativity, adaptability, and digital literacies, they all become the core competencies of the students. Artificial intelligence is poised to revolutionize education and changing how we learn, how we teach, and to be innovative. The key benefits of artificial intelligence in education is personalized learnings. It customized content based on individualized learning styles, pace, and preferences. Adaptive learning platforms adjust to the needs of each student. So, education is not the filling of a pail, which was transmitting the knowledge, but lighting of a fire, in fact, is a sort of transforming the knowledge. So we have a change from transmitting the knowledge to transforming the knowledge. Next slide, please. Education is not learning of facts, but training of mind to things. That's why we have two distinct approach to teaching and learnings. So we move from transmitting education to transforming education. That's why we have a big change from the past to the present now. So the main feature of transmitting education is teacher-centered, focus on facts, memorizations, one-size-fit approach, and assessment by testing. This was the previous, in fact, classroom-based, and then we moved to the new way as a student-centered, focus on critical thinking, personalized learning, and assessments by applications. These are two different approach from past to the present. Please, the next one. So there is a difference between C20 and C21. Let's see these differences. So in 20th century education, knowledge-based theory is the main approach into 20th century. Now we move from knowledge-based to the skill-based. So education currently there is no knowledge. Only knowledge doesn't help you to be successful for the real life situations. Based on the knowledge, students need some skills and practice. So we don't need the direct instruction. We need a sort of interactive instructions. Basic skills should be changed to the higher order thinkings, and minds on learning should be changed to hands on learnings. Our test, even the summative sort of test, should be changed to the alternative assessment. And information transfer should change to learning to learn approach. The content-based pedagogy should be changed to the process-based approach, and individual-based should change to the teamwork, collaborative works activity, and the text-based should change to the techno-based approach. That's why we have a dramatic change from C20 to C21. The next one, please. So what skills do you think a 21st century learners or citizens should have? Based on this change, definitely both teachers and learners should have some changes in both their skills and activities. It's crystal clear that learners should be innovator, critical thinkers, lifelong learners, team workers, problem solvers, and academically components, effective communicators, entrepreneurs, and even good citizen, information user, digital literate, and technologists, and they should be digitally native, in fact, to learn in the 21st century. They should learn a number of skills and activities, like in the 21st century skills, a learner should learn citizenship, should learn, in fact, leadership, should learn, in fact, a sort of community. In fact, a number of C focus activity that in the next slide, please, I have highlighted them on a sort of activities that the teachers and the students need to, in fact, be possessed, need to be, in fact, proficient in that field. Please, the next slide. So, to me, these 4 C's of education is necessary as communications, critical thinking, creativity, and collaborations. They are some, in fact, skills that learners and teachers need to learn from this 21st centuries. So what do we think the main qualifications and the skills of 21st century's EFL learners and EFL teachers? The next one, please. Okay, the first one is proficient in English. Please go through the slides. Teachers should be transformer instead of transmitting the knowledge. The teacher should learn to transform the knowledge, because in this century, transmitting the knowledge doesn't work. As I mentioned, the difference between transmitting and transforming knowledge. The next one. Digitally smart as one of the teacher's qualification. Please, the next one. The teacher should be facilitator. This is the important qualification of the teacher, should facilitate the learner. The teacher is not the authority anymore in the classroom. The teacher should help students. Learning how to learn is the main, in fact, qualification. Please, next one. Even therapist. The next one, please. Informed. Please go through the slide as I read. mentor, inspirer. This is the main qualification. Next one, please. Futurist. And even in the 21st century, what is important is that the teacher is the learner. There are two main, in fact, the last two mains is the teacher should be a learner, and also the teacher is a sort of, in fact, therapist, and the teacher is a sort of transformer. Please, the next one. Professional. Okay, here I have summarized all EFL teachers' qualifications, because to budget the time, let me please, the next slide. The next one, I have summarized all the 21st century's effective teachers. Can you move the next slide, please? Okay, the future of education, in fact, lies at the intersection of technology and humanities. Artificial intelligence is not a replacement of educators or the fundamental human connections that makes teaching and learning so powerful. Rather, it's a transformative tools that when used ethically and thoughtfully can enhance learning experience, empower educators, and prepare students for changes and opportunities of the 21st century. The future of education is likely to be more inclusive, flexible, technology-driven, with a stronger focus on individualized learnings and the development of both academic and life skills. Thank you very much. I'm ready to hear you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed Bardeste, for giving such an informative and incredible presentation for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the question and answer or discussion session. We are glad to receive so many questions from all the participants. Because the time limitation, we are going to select only two first questions. And the first four speaker participant can send the questions. Remember, participant can send a question via Zoom chat box or personal messenger to the WhatsApp application. Thank you. Okay. All right. We have a first question, sir. The question is from Archa Dava Putra. So the question is about how the use of AI technology by students on your campus or college, how about student creativity and critical thinking in your classroom? That's the question, sir.
Thank you very much. A very good questions. You know, the sort of critical thinking and creativity and some other, which I call the seventh skills. Every, in fact, learners should be trained how to be critical thinkers. There are a number of features and a number of, that's why in my presentation, unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to move the slide. That's why I was bound by my presentation. A number of activities that teachers and learners need to possess. That's why in my presentation, I've mentioned it's a sort of personalized learning. By those personalized learnings, a number of activities should be trained. Learners should be trained to develop a number of critical thinking activities, because critical thinking activities, we should train the learners to think by asking these different sort of, I mean, moving them from memorizing to be, in fact, curious in their different skills and activities. To me, there are a number of personalized features, that those personalized features need to be developed and need to be trained. That's why I've mentioned learners and teachers should learn how to learn. One of those one is creativity, is critical thinking activities, is interaction, is communications. There are those features should be developed by the course.
All right, thank you, sir, for the detailed answers. Now we still have one more question from Bu Jumatul Hidayah. And then the question is, how can AI be used to detect and prevent academic dishonesty during the online exams? Yes, that is the question, sir.
How
Can
AI can be
used to detect and prevent academic dishonesty during online exam?
Okay. Hopefully, artificial intelligence by different applications and by different sort of facilities make, in fact, it easier for the teachers and also for the examiners to distinguish. There are a sort of, in fact, I came across a sort of, in fact, MA thesis that by glancing on the thesis, one could simply find out a number of keywords, a number of key terminologies that exactly copy and paste from the artificial intelligence. It's not that much difficult for proficient teachers. They can be easily distinguishable.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you for the thank you for the detailed answers. And apparently, sir, we still have another question or topic to be discussed, but unfortunately, because of the limitation time, we need to end our discussion session. Thank you for your answers and also nice and incredible presentation. But
Thank
for
you
the
very much.
yes, for the participant, if you still have questions, we still receive it, and we will address your question to the speaker via personal email. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
so much.
much.
Yes, thank you so much again,
Bye-bye.
sir, Dr. Hamid Berjeste, for the valuable information. It's a great honor to have you in this conference. We really hope that we can meet again in the next
Thank you
conference,
very
sir.
much.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. See you
Thank
soon
you.
and goodbye. Ladies and
Goodbye.
gentlemen, we are going to have a very short refreshment for 1 minute. Please wait for a minute in the Zoom meeting, and we will continue to the fifth part of the presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, coming back to the ELeSViTa conference hosted by UPTB IN Churup, we are now going to listen to sixth part of the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the fourth part of the presentation to Dr. Samantha Curley. Please, line is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation today. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Samantha Curl, and I'm a reader at the Department of Education at the University of Bath. At the university, I'm also the director of all MRes programs in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. And I'm also the institutional academic lead for the Southwest Doctoral Training Partnership here at the university. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So today I'll be talking about the use of artificial intelligence in English medium instruction, higher education, and how it's transforming teaching, learning, and our research practices. So I'll be covering things such as how we can use it to personalize learning, to automate our grading, how we can enhance student engagement, as well as support educators in their curriculum planning. But then also I'll flag up some challenges such as academic integrity, data privacy and bias, as well as some future directions for research opportunities and policy development. So hopefully you'll find today's presentation interesting. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, what exactly are we talking about? So as you may know, having used artificial intelligence yourself, these are computer systems capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence behind it, including learning, problem solving, and language understanding. And how do we use AI in education? So Luke and et al. Have looked at this almost 10 years ago. So this is really an area of research which has been around for quite a while. And AI technologies have been used to enhance teaching methodologies, personalizing learning experiences, as well as to streamline administration processes. So we can think about that and how we can use that in our day-to-day education. If you're new to the field, then what is English medium instruction? So English medium instruction, EMI for short, is the practice of teaching academic subjects in countries where English is not the first language of the majority of the population. Often the aims of using EMI rather than the language of the home students is to improve the home students' English proficiency, increase access to global academic resources, as well as promote internationalization within higher education institutions. So then we might wonder, what about the intersection of AI and EMI? So AI technologies can support EMI by providing language assistance, personalized learning paths, and adaptive assessments. Therefore, these addressing challenges faced by non-native English-speaking students. So what are the current research insights into this? The current research insights, a recent systematic review, indicate that there actually have been a limited number of studies looking at the implications of generative AI in English medium instruction higher education, which suggests further scholarly exploration is required. Some research questions that we could explore include: how does AI transform teaching and learning in EMI contexts? What are the potential benefits and challenges of integrating AI into EMI? What ethical considerations arise from the use of AI in English medium instruction settings? And what future developments can be anticipated at the convergence of AI and English medium instruction? So what does this intersection mean in reality, practically? AI can facilitate the creation of adaptive learning materials tailored to our diverse students' needs. So as we know, in English medium instruction contexts, students come from different cultures, have different first languages, and we can use AI to facilitate engagement between each other, intercultural communication, as well as comprehension of the content that you're teaching through English. So using AI live in the classroom can help students improve their comprehension of what you're teaching. It can also serve as a tool for language support. So AI-powered tools offer real-time language assistance helping students who may not speak English as a first language to understand complex academic content. What are the potential benefits then of using artificial intelligence in English medium instruction contexts? Well, personalized learning. So at the moment, students, if they're not using AI in the classroom, they won't be able to ask specific questions that they're struggling with directly to the lecturer, as the lecturer needs to cover their curriculum within a limited teaching period. So AI can enable students to customize their learning experiences. Students can progress at their own pace and focus on areas that they're specifically struggling with. AI can also help enhance engagement. So if students need to have classroom discussions, for example, and they're struggling to communicate with each other, interactive AI applications can increase student motivation and participation in their EMI courses. Some challenges to consider might be the over-reliance of AI might be something that we need to deal with, where students are not really thinking for themselves and relying on AI to continually provide them with the output and the responses. Also, if we're always relying on AI, there might be reduced interactions between humans and also critical thinking skills. So not really thinking for yourself and relying on artificial intelligence to give us the replies and answers that we need. So ensuring that we don't over-rely on artificial intelligence is also really important. Artificial intelligence systems must be designed to respect and accommodate diverse cultural backgrounds to avoid bias. So as we know, artificial intelligence has inbuilt bias, so ensuring that students are aware of that and that this is mitigated at all possible turns is really important to be aware of, particularly in English medium instruction context where students are from diverse backgrounds and have different linguistic needs as well as different linguistic histories. So artificial intelligence, though, has a great opportunity to support educators. It can enhance curriculum development as well as lesson planning, so giving ideas of what types of activities we can do in our EMI classes. It can also automate routine tasks, such as resource compilation, so compiling resources together, designing activities, and this allows educators to free up their time then to focus on more complex instructional strategies. For example, Chan and Tse in their 2023 study explored the potential of artificial intelligence to support educators by automating very routine tasks. And this enabled the educators to focus on complex teaching aspects like fostering critical thinking skills, so these types of soft skills, as well as generating creativity among students. The research involved a comprehensive literature review and an analysis of survey data from both students and teachers at the University of Hong Kong. And the findings suggest that while AI can assist in administrative and repetitive mundane tasks, the human teachers are really essential for imparting critical thinking and creativity, and these competencies are challenging for AI to replicate, similar to humans. Related to that is EMI curriculum design. So artificial intelligence-powered content creation and adaptation. We can use generative AI tools, AI models such as ChatGPT to produce educational content. So lecture notes, the quizzes, tailored to specific subjects and student needs. So depending on how proficient our students are, we can tailor our EMI content to ensure that students are really going to understand the content that we're trying to convey. Also for different subjects, such as engineering versus studying history through English, for example, these types of subjects are going to have their own needs in terms of the content needing to be conveyed. Engineering relying more on numbers, whereas history is going to rely more on words. Artificial intelligence can also adapt our learning materials. So depending on the cohort of students we have every year, we can analyze their performance as they progress through the year, and we can modify the content delivery based on the types of results we're getting from students. And this ensures that there's alignment between our students' individual learning paces and styles and the content that we're delivering. So ensuring that students are progressing, but not getting overwhelmed with content which is beyond their comprehension level. Also, we can create intelligent tutoring systems for students. So we can definitely personalize instruction using AI in EMI contexts. So AI-driven tutoring platforms offer customized feedback and guidance, emulating a one-on-one tutor experience. And so if we get students to interact with these type of platforms, they can have this one-on-one time, which they may not get with their tutor, who has to deal with a huge cohort of approximately 40 students. They may not be able to give that one-on-one time, whereas artificial intelligence is available there 24/7 as a one-on-one tutor. Also, real-time support. So such systems provide immediate assistance. Tutors are not expected to be available 24/7, whereas computers are. And students, if they are working at 2 o'clock in the morning, they can get their queries answered, and their misconceptions can be cleared up very quickly as they arise through the learning process. Languages, and so this multilingual context is really unique to EMI contexts. And so we could use artificial intelligence to cater to our multilingual students. For example, language proficiency assessment. So artificial intelligence can evaluate the students' language skills and enable the design of custom learning trajectories that cater to varying English proficiency levels, which is very important, as we want to ensure that our students are mastering the content with a proficiency level at their level that they can understand what they need to master. Also, as I said, we have such diverse students studying through EMI, and so cultural contextualization is really important. So AI can adapt content to reflect students' cultural backgrounds and some aspects that they can relate to. And the research has shown that if you produce content or curriculum design incorporating students' cultural backgrounds and things that they can relate to, they're more highly likely to recall that information because it enhances their comprehension as well as their engagement in that content. So referring to local cultural traditions, religious ceremonies, or societal celebrations, annual public holidays, or the history of a country, for example. All of these cultural references are really important to embed into the curriculum, and AI can give suggestions of that so that students have a better recall of that content. Now, that's not to say that there aren't any challenges to consider when we're doing this. We need to ensure that data privacy is respected, so implementing robust measures to safeguard students' information, for example, ensuring compliance with data protection regulations, and maintaining trust in AI applications. So there needs to be clear understanding of how student data is being used, where it's stored, how it's collected, and who has access to that data. So regular audits to ensure transparency in how we're handling data is important when we adopt this in our educational systems. Also, bias and fairness, so recognizing and mitigating inherent biases in AI algorithms is important to promote equitable educational outcomes. So biases can arise from training data reflecting societal prejudices, leading to unfair treatment of specific student groups. So ensuring that the way we're using AI is we're not training the model to reflect our own biases. So being aware of our hidden biases. So we need to implement fairness and be aware that machine learning techniques to ensure that we minimize this bias. So how do we do this? We conduct regular evaluations to ensure AI-driven decisions remain fair and inclusive. Also faculty training. So if we're going to be integrating AI into our teaching and learning, we need to provide comprehensive professional development for educators to effectively implement and utilize AI tools in teaching. So offer training on the ethical use of AI and its capabilities and limitations, support educators in the integrating AI-driven insights into curriculum design, and ensure ongoing professional development and resources to keep faculty proficient in AI applications. As we know, artificial intelligence is continually growing, and we need to keep our teachers up to date with how the technology is developing and how we can further utilize it. So the constant evolution of AI and development of AI, the fast pace at which it's developing, we need to ensure that our teachers understand the different models, such as ChatGPT recently having released its reasoning models, as well as DeepSeek released in China. So constantly new AI applications are coming out, and we need our teachers to know that these applications exist, know how to use them, and how to use them ethically. So to conclude, basically we've covered quite a lot in terms of how we can use AI in our EMI teaching and learning. There's definitely a large scope for research. So at the moment, there's no research on how AI is having a long-term impact on EMI teaching and learning. And we definitely need to establish ethical guidelines for AI integration in educational contexts. So there's a huge scope there for future directions of research. But it's definitely evident that AI is transforming EMI higher education, offering numerous benefits, but also posing ethical and pedagogical challenges. And so this presentation has explored how we can use AI thoughtfully and effectively and integrate AI into our EMI environments. I hope you found that useful. I've got some references there for you. And please do keep in touch. Thank you so much for listening. I've got my contact email there. Apologies I couldn't be there in person with you today, but I do hope that you'll keep in touch and let me know how you've been using AI in your teaching and learning. And I hope that you'll also be able to tell me, give me some tips on what you've been doing, and I hope you'll be able to share some of your experiences with me. So thank you so much for listening today, and do get in touch with me, and I hope to continue the conversation offline. Have a great conference, and thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samantha Curley, for the nice presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, because of practical reason, Dr. Samantha Curley cannot answer the question directly, but we still receive the question for the speakers. You can send the question to the committee via email UPTB Bahasa @gmail.com or via chat box. We are going to confirm your question to the speaker soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be break for 45 minutes. Please stay tuned on Zoom at 1:50 p.m. after the break. Thank you. We'll be right back soon. Makan lu, Bib. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin, terima kasih masih bersama ELeSViTa International Conference. Kita akan istirahat selama 45 menit ke depan. Jadi kita akan memulai kembali conference kita pada pada jam 1.15 setelah zuhur. Dan kami akan membagikan link presensi pada akhir speaker yang terakhir telah selesai menyelesaikan tugasnya untuk presentasi. Thank you. Kita akan kembali di 1.15 PM atau dalam 45 menit. Selamat beristirahat. Thank you. Kita akan kembali segera.
Ucapku sayang mage aku ba cito kusuang betaku ingin lagi nen ketika itu tiba-tiba ku nak lebih baik. Ku mada kata nadio hatiku putih magaku nak denyo ciga tiba-tiba kala siang nasarku itu bertemu. Benarko lalu dekat diwo teningadu uku suam terbaga lenget lekang sabari pada kekide asa jano pada mabolue no pada mabulue oh oh sayang api sayang ibu picak ibu rugai ku terugai keliak nak tebo pito terlucuan bila hujan dia menghapus ada atun masih tertabang ada mono temo tabio ada tinggal teracok nak au aman terbagi pacang miring Selamat datang aman terbagi pacang miring Selamat datang aman sayang jangan mau kepau siang dia nak tebo jibak mabis temabang aman sayang jangan mau kepau siang dia nak tebo jibak mabis temabang obat anak tajam peningan ini ngampuya aman mada tua celako do obat tua kunai menao
Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang kualifikasi tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang kualifikasi tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Raja Labau, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus teragreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan teragreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang kualifikasi tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesanmu. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesanmu. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesanmu. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus terakreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan terakreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang kualifikasi tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesanmu. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus teragreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan teragreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesanmu. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus teragreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan teragreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan. Halo semua, selamat datang di kampus Institut Agama Islam Negeri Curup, Kabupaten Rejang Lebong, Provinsi Bengkulu.
Kampus teragreditasi sangat baik dengan menempati peringkat kedua seprovinsi Bengkulu dalam penilaian Webometrik 2023.
Kampus yang sejuk, nyaman dan asri, didukung oleh sarana dan prasarana yang memadai.
Gedung kuliah dan prasarana pembelajaran yang representatif, yaitu Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Tarbiyah, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Syariah dan Ekonomi Islam, Gedung Kuliah Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah, Gedung Kuliah Program Pasca Sarjana S2 dan S3.
Asrama mahasiswa, Gedung Perpustakaan teragreditasi A, Labor Bahasa, Labor Hukum, Labor Ekonomi Perbankan dan Komputer.
Bank Mini, Labor Dakwah, Fuad TV dan Radio Pesona, sarana dan prasarana olahraga.
Sistem akademik dan proses perkuliahan yang ditopang oleh tenaga pendidik yang qualified tamatan dalam dan luar negeri, terdiri dari 6 profesor, 50 doktor, dan 100 magister.
Bermimpilah, karena impian yang mulia akan menjadi langkah awal tercapainya kesuksesan. Untuk menjadi orang sukses, Anda harus berprasangka baik terhadap diri Anda, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang luar biasa, bahwa Anda adalah orang yang cerdas, maka Anda akan dipandang luar biasa dan punya dedikasi yang tinggi ketika Anda menganggap dan menghargai diri Anda. Mari bergabung bersama di IAIN Curup yang tercinta ini.
Ayo kuliah di IAIN Curup karena Anda diantarkan untuk mewujudkan impian Anda menjadi guru, penghulu, penyuluh agama, praktisi hukum, pengusaha, pebisnis, entrepreneur, praktisi bank lembaga keuangan, konsultan ekonomi, dai, jurnalis, wartawan, dan pustakawan.
jua sayang Ibu bicara ibu Rugai ku terugai Kemuliaan nak tebo Pito terlucuan Bila ujian dia menghapus Ada atun masih tetap Ada mono temo Tua Ada tinggal teracuk nak Aman terbagi pacar milik Silang madai luak taman Aman terbagi pacar milik Silang madai luak taman Aman sayang Nyanan kepau siang Iyo nak tebo Jibak mabis temabang Aman sayang Yang nano kepau siang Iyo nak tebo Jibak mabis temabang Oh bata nak kejam Peningan ini ngampuya Aman mada tua celako Doa batu kunai menao Bila hujan dia menghapus Ada atun masih tetap Ada mono temo tua Ada tinggal keracuk nak Aman terbagi pacar milik Silang madai luak taman Aman terbagi pacar milik Silang madai luak taman Aman sayang Nyanano kepau siang Iyo nak tebo Tiba mabis temabang Aman sayang Nyanano kepau siang Iyo nak tebo Tiba mabis temabang Doa bata nak kejam Peningan ini yang poya Aman mada tua celako Doa batu kunai menao Aman mada tua celako Doa batu kunai menao
Cokku sayang magi aku ba Citoku suang betaku bunga ingin lagi Nen ketika itu bertemu ku nak lebih baik ku mada kata nadio hatiku putih magaku nak denyo jika tiba-tiba kalau siang nasarku itu bertemu Benarko lalu detek Diwo Teningadu uku suam Terbagai lengit lekat Sabadi pada kekide asa jano pada mabolue
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ELeSViTa conference hosted by UPTB EIN Churup. We are going to listen the next part of the presentation. Dr. Nuraini MPD from Makassar University of Indonesia. Are you online, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Welcome on board.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Nuraini MPD. Please, line is yours, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Well, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to God Almighty, who has given us a great chance to be here. Second, I would like to thank to the committee of ELeSViTa, hosted by UPT Bahasa, EIN Churup. Thank you for inviting me today. I'm so glad to be here. Okay, my name is Nuraini. I'm from Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. Okay. So actually, the affiliation we always use in Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. Or if you want to translate, that will be State University of Makassar. Okay, well, let me start my presentation entitled How AI Resilience is Your Assessment in Your English Language Classroom. Well, hold on. Okay. So, actually, the rise of AI present existing new possibilities for language education. So, from intelligent tutoring systems to automated assessment tools, AI has the potential to make language learning more accessible, efficient, and also effective for learners for all ages and background. So, in this occasion, I would like to emphasize AI's impact on language learning and assessment. So actually, AI transformed language learning assessment. It offers new tools and challenge traditional methods. So understand how AI affects current assessment practices. It is also exploring the changing landscape of language education. Um, we focused on three things. The first one is automation. So AI automates feedback, try to create fast and also individualized responses. So when our students access or using AI, they got really fast responses. Next about accessibility. So AI translation tools break down language barriers for global learners. So for our students nowadays, we cannot avoid that these AI tools try to assimilate and also burden their students' life. The next one is about the personalization. Like AI delivers actually personalized learning experiences based on individual needs. So, like what the previous presenters today have mentioned about the students' individual needs, the students' individual differences, that our students, they are really different. We've got the visual learners, we've got kinesthetic and also tactile and others learning styles. So by integrating this AI, it can promote our students like ideas that can help them in order to get fastest and also can be easiest in completing their assignment. Next is about try to identify the assessment vulnerabilities. So assessment are susceptible to AI if they lack complexity. So simple tasks that rely on recall are easily gamed. Focus on tasks that demand creativity and also critical analysis. So in trying to identifying assessment, so there are weak points where AI can easily provide answers. The first one is simple recall. So it is easily replicated by the AI. The second one is formulaic responses. It is a predictable and AI point. The next one is about lack of context. So AI struggles with nuance. Lack of the context, like still remember about Dr. Rimas mentioned that AI is generative, not creative. So as a human being, ourselves as a teacher, we try to give the prompt to the AI, like try to create the ideas, then we ask the AI to prompt or to generate the idea. So actually, we are trying to create that. Next, actually, okay, for this presentation, actually, this is the core point. So there are 5 principles for the effective ethical use of generative AI. So there are 5 actually the principles. It is adapted from UTS Edu 2024. The first one is students understand the significance of Gen AI for society, careers, and studies. The second one is students understand legitimate use of Gen AI and in their studies, of course. And the third one is about students are equipped to engage critically and ethically with Gen AI. And the fourth is students experience generative AI strength and limitation as aids to learning. And we've got the fifth, students are assessed on what they need to know in an artificial intelligence world. Let's talk about this 5 point actually. The first one is why it is important. So as a teacher from nowadays, we need to introduce to the students that this early on so they can appreciate how generative AI connects to their professions, connect to their um academic life, each course and also the subject. And as a teacher or a lecturer, what you can do or what we can do is we update the courses and subject content, of course, to include information about generative AI. The next one is about discussing generative AI openly with our students, right? At the start of our classes. We can also talk about how it's already being widely used in the workplace and society. And also we try to explain to the students that learning to use and critique generative AI is the key to their education, of course. And we as a teacher try to address the issues of cheating. The second about the next one is students why it is important. So students need clear guidance how to ethically and effectively engage with generative AI for a given assignment. So without crossing the academic integrity line. I've just note that there are some participants asked about this. This is actually example of students misconduct using AI. So when the students are trying to copying or reworking any materials, example like a text, image, music, or video from generative AI tools, and claiming this work as their own without declaring use of relevant tool. This is a kind of misconduct using AI. Another example is using generative AI tools unless permitted use is specified for that assessment. Okay, the next principle is students are equipped to engage critically and ethically with generative AI. So why it is important? Because students must be helped to develop an awareness of when and how to use different apps effectively and ethically to advance their learning. As a teacher or lecturer, what we can do is discussing how and when the use of generative AI will depend or deepen learning versus undermining it. So this is actually not necessarily straightforward. Regarding on this, so there are a part that generative AI literacy can be taught actually about it is a mixed knowledge. It is a mix between knowledge, skills, and disposition. Like a knowledge is a curriculum or a understanding is needed to validate the factual claims and calculation. And when it's talking about skills, for example, like writing skills, and fluency with the tool, including prompting, idea, are needed to improve on prose, which may in fact exceed our students' own ability. And the last one is disposition. As an agency, like a student's curiosity, resilience as well, and authenticity. It is needed to resist the temptation to just run with what the artificial intelligence serves. And the next principle is about students experience generative AI strengths and also the drawbacks as they age to learning. So why it is important? Because students must learn how to harness the strength of AI tools and understand its drawbacks or limits. And as a teacher, what we can do is we browse the resources to see some of the ways that academics have integrated generative AI into their assessment tasks. So we need to find and keep updated about the resources to see the best practices actually when we try to integrate the generative AI into our assessment task. And the last principle is about students are assessed on what they need to know in artificial intelligence world. Why it is important? Because AI may change what students need to learn, how they learn, and how will or how you assess them. So what we can do is assessment should be reducing the risk of the use of generative AI for misconduct, like what I have mentioned before, but also allow the students to demonstrate they know how to use that AI in the context of their course. And do the students still need to demonstrate mastery without AI tools? And also, should authentic performance with AI tools become explicit goals? So actually, when we are talking about the use of generative AI, the use of generative AI by our students, so we need to emphasize and ensure that the information that generative AI tools are trained on may not be current. So they are not trained every day. So the knowledge that they have may stop at a certain time, meaning that they don't have information about recent events or sources. So even they are updated, it may not be clear when that was. So the next one is I would like to show you guys how will we evaluate actually the use of generative AI. So this is adapted from Federation University. Evaluate Gen AI output with the CRAP test. So we can use actually this test to see and to evaluate Gen AI output. The first one is about currency, about the timeline of the information. Like what I had mentioned before, that the AI, they are not trained every day. So there is some missings, like they are not really up to date with the information that we prompt. Okay, so the second one is about relevance, the importance of the information for your needs. So does the information relate to your topic or answer of your question? Who is the intended audience or an appropriate level? And then about authority, we can see there are 3 questions about that. So who is the author, the publisher, resources, or sponsor? And what are the author's credentials? Is the audio qualified? Right, on the topic. And about the next A is accuracy. So we need to see the reliability of truthfulness and correctness of the content. Where does the information come from? So has the information been reviewed or referred? So does the language or tone seem unbiased and free emotion? And the last one is purpose, the reason of the information access. So we need to answer this three questions. What is the purpose of the information? Does the point of view appear objective and impartial? And then are there political, religious, institutional, or personal biases? So we can use this CRAP test in order to evaluate generative AI output, actually. And the next one is the best practice is actually when we are designing AI resilient speaking tasks. Of course, we need to prioritize authenticity in task design. Use real-world scenarios to challenge our students. The first one is authentic scenarios, like stimulate real-life situation. It is in line with many universities, especially in Indonesia, they apply project-based learning and also case method as the base of their curriculum. So every subject that is delivered in the classroom, they tend to assimilate the process of or the syntax of this project-based learning and also case method. About the critical analysis, it requires in-depth evaluation, and about the justification of opinions, it's defend the viewpoints with the evidence. The next one is about incorporating human interaction. So teacher feedback is really crucial. So it is over nuanced insight that AI cannot replicate. So like I forgot what slide is that. The previous presenter talked about that AI is generative, not creative. So it offers also human interaction as nuance insight. The next one is about use peer assessment to enhance learning. And students learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. So these three things, it's really important part in incorporating human interaction. Even we are integrating that AI, like a nuance of feedback. So provide contextual insight AI messages, peer assessment. So try to promote collaborative learning, like what other previous presenters has explained as well about collaborative learning. And last one is about personalized guidance. So try to address these individual learner needs. As the practical example, AI resilient or AI resistant activities, there are three examples like impromptu debates. The second one is about role playing, and the third one is analytic rubrics. So analytic rubrics, it means we can create our assessment based on the, probably we can use the model that I have shown you before while we are conducting this impromptu debates and also role playing in our class. I think this will be the last slide. Integrating AI ethically and effectively. So we are using AI as supplementary tool. So that is the supplementary tool, not a replacement as a teacher. So we try to employ AI for automated tasks like grammar checks to help us and ensure the transparency in AI use, inform our students when AI is involved. Okay, so this is actually the three things that we need to insists when we are trying to assess our students. When we want to know whether our students using ChatGPT or other platform or application based artificial intelligence. Because once again, AI will not replace us, but we will involve that AI to be our assistant. Okay, so for the future proofing, our assessment, adaptability is a key long-term resilience. So the first one is continuous improvement, the second about adaptability, and the last one is stay updated. So we need to aware about what is actually something hype or happening now, like stay updated, monitor AI evolution. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nuraini MPD, for the incredible presentation and giving us such informative and comprehensive presentation for the conference. And ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the question and answer or discussion session. Actually, we are glad to receive so many questions from all participants. And due to time limitation, we are going to select first 2 questions for the speakers. Participant, you can send the question via Zoom chat box or personal WhatsApp application. Thank you. Okay. We have one question. The question is from MRRH. How can the use of AI technology in education lead to greater inequality or gap in access to education between schools in urban areas with more resources and schools in limited or rural areas, and how to address this problem so that AI can be used evenly across regions? That's the first question, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for this question. Well, how can the use of AI technology in education lead to greater inequality or gap? Whether that is in schools in urban areas. Okay, as we see that especially in urban area, I'm talking about Indonesian context in urban areas. It means that students in an urban area they probably cannot access this AI tools. So as a teacher, we'd love to use and we'd love to conduct the innovation. So we try to create the innovation by integrating that AI, even it is not fully online actually, but I think for those students who are in a rural area, they are still can access technology, even as not sophisticated as in a city or a big city that they can access the internet connection. So how to address this problem actually? So we'll look at the context of the place and the time of our students actually. So even we don't use that AI actually, but I do believe that every single schools that in Indonesia we are trying to face the development. I think we can create like application probably that can help our students even they are not in a online mode, they still can access it. So like we create like a project of the video that after we record it, actually we can share it to our students who lives near who lives in a urban area. So I think we as a teacher, we can provide it like optional and also alternative by creating the video in order to help our students to can play the video even they are not online or using the internet connection. That's all my answer. Does that answer the question?
Oh, yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the detailed answers, ma'am. Now, this is the second, perhaps this is the last questions from WhatsApp applications. In what ways can AI-powered language assessment to ensure fairness and transparency, particularly in handling biases or inconsistencies, while maintaining the reliability and validity of the evaluation process for learner from different linguistic and cultural background? Wow, that's a very nice question, ma'am.
Yes, a very interesting question. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just like a viva voce dissertation. The question is, okay. Actually, how to maintain the reliability, validity, etc. About how do we use that AI resilient based on my experience, because I'm still conducting my research regarding on this how AI resilience of your assessment for your English language classroom. So yeah, we adapted some model, of course. We try to create the model of how will the teacher evaluate actually in what percent actually, or how many percent actually our students use that AI, because there were several parts that when we are creating that models, we need to focus on the students and the objective actually of the model that we create. So the first thing that I do is I'm creating the instrument based on the model test that I adapted. After that, I try to like validate with the expert validation, of course. So after that, we can use actually in our class, and always being updated with the model that we try to integrate in our class. Like for example, this is the example. I'm assigning my students to use Copilot in their writing task. Then I ask my students to everyone, you need to capture the prompt ideas that you use in generating idea. So every students, they have their own screen capture, for example, in 1 week. So we can see actually, okay, so our student use that AI like a Copilot in order to generate idea, then copy all the results. So we can see actually, okay, so my students using it for generating idea, not using that AI to revise the grammar or the tenses of the writing, but they use that AI or Copilot to create or generate idea. That is one of the best practice actually. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer, ma'am. Okay, apparently we still have more questions or topic to be discussed, ma'am, but because of the limitation time, we need to end our discussion session, ma'am. Thank you. And then we would like to say thank you so much again to Dr. Nuraini MPD for the valuable information. It's a great honor to have you in this occasion, in this conference. We really hope that we can meet you in the next project, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. See you soon. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a very short refreshment. Again, for 1 minute, please wait for a minute in this Zoom meeting, and we will continue with the next part of the presentation. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ELeSViTa conference hosted by UPTB and Churuk. We are now going to listen the next part of the presentation. Dr. Mutmaina MPD, are you on board, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. Selamat siang, Ibu Mutmaina. Senang akhirnya bertemu kembali.
Rinduku.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome on board Dr. Mutmaina MPD. Line is yours, ma'am.
Oke, terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik ya. Good afternoon, everyone. And then I want to say thank you very much to all of the organizing committee for having me and invite me here. I think this is our ongoing collaboration. My dear sister, my dear brother in Yayan Churuk. I always missing you and hope you are, all of you come to Bali. Yeah, okay. I will share to all of you my presentation for today. Wait me to open my PPT first. Okay. I hope the PPT is clear to all of you, yeah? Okay, everybody. My name is Mutmaina. You can call me Nina. And this is some of my national and international organization. And I have upgraded my profile. And right now, I was invited as a young professor at Manipal Global MTX in Malaysia, a young faculty at Mariam Abbasya American University, Nigeria. This is together with Dr. Nur Aini. And this is some of my national and international link. Here we already invite you to cite our article and our research over there. For today, we have a very interesting conference topic about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. And then this is related to my topic about quantum computing and robot-assisted language learning on communication performance for Apple Classroom. And I hope it will be give you a new discussion to all of us. From the beginning of our conference for today, we are already discussed so many about AI. And right now, this is one of the very important skill about the quantum computing. Computing intelligence, computational thinking, and of course, computational linguistic, it already will be there in the quantum computing. But for today, step by step, we are just introduced to you about the quantum computing and how this is we are used in our classroom. Before we are going to entering all of about the artificial intelligence and robot-assisted language learning, the first, this is already the 100 tool for learning in 2000 and 2020 before artificial intelligence already booming like today. So we are familiar with this like quizzes, Quizlet, Kahoot, and all of YouTube, and all of some of these applications already connected with the computer and internet. This is namely in the concept or the grand theory of Internet of Things. And right now, everything becoming a very interesting or wonderful tool when they are already injected by the quantum computing and then artificial intelligence. So before we are going to discuss how this quantum computing already in our education, in our English for today, we want to know about what is already the quantum computing. So let me share to you about the traditional computer. Like before we use the traditional computer, I think that we just use in one line just for typing, just for typing, writing the paper and something like that. But right now, because we are in the era of the artificial intelligence, and this is the quantum computing already make us use this technology, and the technology this is having promised to all of us to everything that we can be representing in the multiple value and multiple line. For example, right now the computer, this is already in our hand, like by using our tablet or smartphone. So this is already injected by the quantum computing. The promise of quantum computing in education. I think this is all of the keynote speaker from in the morning until Dr. Nur Aini already representing about the promise of the quantum computing already. This is artificial intelligence also over there. Like this is having for personalized learning experience, and also having to improving our soft skill like problem solving that already mentioned by Professor Barjeste from Iran. And what about the fundamental of quantum computing in artificial intelligence of education? This is already we have the principle that quantum computing, this is can be like natural language processing. For example, maybe you are you are familiar with ChatGPT or chatbot. This is already using the quantum computing in or artificial intelligence in education. So what about how we are use already quantum computing strategy in English teaching? Yeah, mostly we are agree, and there are many studies. My studies also, Dr. Reka already investigating about this artificial intelligence in English teaching, in English learning. And yeah, this is the very promise that when you are already connected with quantum computing strategy, because in teaching English right now, we are not only teaching how we are teach the student to make them understand about the grammarly, about to understand the vocabulary, for example, but we need to be also having them to personalize learning, feedback, and also translation effectiveness. So this is so many here studies that related, and also my investigation, that we believe that by using this quantum system, this is will be improving the student comprehension, engage the student learning better, and also motivate the student to learn more active. Let's have a look about here, the next about quantum algorithm and their application to learning, that we know we just make understanding how by using this quantum computing, we are invite our student to having and analyzing the student response. What about the student learning behavior? And what about the student demonstrate their English performance? For this session, I am focused for communication. And what about the challenge when we want to developing quantum computer for English language learning? This is the research and the study from some of the experts that already published about the quantum computing in education. But I just want to underline here that about the infrastructure, this is already happening in Indonesian condition. And also about the language processing, when you use maybe ChatGPT or the chatbot or LLMS, sometimes we find that already the language over there still having a mistake or bias. So this is the challenge. And the last about the from the survey, that mostly, yeah, like in Indonesia, maybe in our country, about the technical infrastructure. And also a teacher training and how about we are already connected this quantum computing or artificial intelligence in our classroom with the learning strategy or teaching strategy. So what about the potential impact of quantum computing and on artificial intelligence and machine learning to engage the English skill for the student? Let's have a look, see here that when we are already connected by using this artificial intelligence, maybe mostly the teacher or the student are already confused how to use, how to teach, and how to training our students to use this artificial intelligence platform or application in our classroom. That we know already this technology enhanced virtual tutoring and available 24 hours. And this is the continuous learning already over there. But even we know there are so many benefits of the quantum computing and artificial intelligence, but if we don't know how to write our prompt, we lose the benefit how to operate this application or this technology. And the second topic about introduction to robot-assisted language learning. Right now, when we want to learn English, I think very easy right now when you are compared in my era, yeah, when I was like your age or today, we don't have smartphone at that time. We don't have internet. So difficult to learn English. And to meet the native speaker, this is a very difficult and expensive. But today, even you are at home, even you are in your room, you are in the bedroom, you are asleep, you can do also your learning. And the robot-assisted language learning here, the function like a robot as a teacher, the robot as your tutor. For example, you can open your Google Play Store. You can download it, Tutor Lily. This is for teach you in English. And also Chichibut. Chichibut, this is already facilitate with 10 language if you want to learn and practice your Korean language, for example, Mandarin language or Chinese, your Chinese action. You can also use this Chichibut. Or maybe you can use or open Monica Artificial Intelligence. Yeah, this is personal learning practice and immersive learning. This is the influence of robotic assisted language learning on student skill. I designed this based on my my highlight studies for the next. For today, we are having the cognitive skill enhancement and language skill improvement like communication and writing skill. What about by using this robot-assisted language learning approach, engagement and motivation for the student? The challenge, what about the technological integration? What is the application that we can use in our classroom and how we are training our students to having the impact of this robot-assisted language learning. So the benefit, of course, this is increased engagement, improve student fluence in speaking or doing communication, and of course, personalized learning. Oh my God. So this is the example of robot-assisted language learning by using humanoid. Let's have a look. The robot namely ELeSViTa.
Multiple languages with different levels. It helps kids to learn by listening and repeating. ELeSViTa gives positive feedback. It also gives feedback about language learning progress, especially pronunciation.
I'll show you some pictures. Repeat after me. A peach. A peach. An orange. An orange.
You can make the robot say anything in any language to hear how it is pronounced.
Hi, I'm Elias. I'm a robot. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, this is the example of robot-assisted language learning by using humanoid robot, namely ELeSViTa. I think the feature of this alias very wonderful, and this is when they are practically use this robot. Doing interaction. Yeah, and this is the example of mobile virtual robot that you can use in your smartphone, and this is free. By using humanoid robot like the video that you watching before, this is already expensive. So don't worry, we have the free platform in mobile. Yeah, I always use Chichibot. I think you can also use this Chichibot because this is very excellent. I will show you my class when my student already doing interaction with this Chichibot. And what about interaction between learner and robot that we know for today? Sometimes we are still wanna having adaptation with the robot already, but the promise from there are many studies support that when we are having interaction between our student and robot, it will be increase our speech recognition, natural language processing, and multimodal interaction. What about the cognitive and social aspect of robot-assisted language learning? Sometimes that we are having our mind that when we are talking with robot or our virtual tutor, it will be make us lose our social interaction with the human. This is already this statement already defense, and some of them support that already by using this robot-assisted language learning, mostly increasing the language processing, student attention, and student memory. The multimodal interaction in robot-assisted language learning, because the robot, this is having visualization and also training you how to speak and also training you how to do your text or writing. And this is the role of speech recognition and natural language processing. The first one, this is about the recognition. Of course, by speech recognition, allow the robot understand what do you want. For example, by using some of the artificial intelligence tools or chatbot, this is already you can practically your pronunciation and communication skill. The processing in natural language processing allow robot to analyze and interpret the language. Sometimes the robot doing mistake here. So that's why we're still having the limitation and the risk of the RAW, robot-assisted language learning. Yeah. Wait, yeah. Yeah, sometimes the studies already mentioned that for robot-assisted language learning or artificial intelligence, this is already limited emotional intelligence. Of course, if you are already just having your communication human to robot, or only you by yourself already doing interaction with your robot tutor or your smartphone, it will be reach a limited emotional intelligence. But we are doing in the classroom, we are already invite our students to doing communication with their robot friends or the artificial intelligence, and then we are invite them also to do the communication with their friend, robot to human and human to human. It will be increased and improve the emotional intelligence in the classroom. That you see here in the classroom, the student also already improving their computational linguistic over there. Yeah, they are analyzing what is the artificial intelligence or the chatbot already representing to them, and they are connected to the textbook. And let's talk about the integrating robot-assisted language learning into the English foreign language classroom. This is already we start with the introduction. What is already you want to use in your class, or maybe we give the information for the student. For today, we use Chichibut, or maybe we use Monica or Tutor Lily or Andy artificial intelligence. And then we are designing the activities based on our learning outcome. And we should be also training the teacher and the student how to use this virtual robot or robot-assisted language learning into our lesson, and then provide the resource. I mean that here you can be connecting between your material with your application or artificial intelligence that you use in the classroom as a media and the technology. And the last topic about enhancing communication skill through this robot-assisted language learning. The promise is improving vocabulary, pronunciation, and fluency. And also this is engaging learning environment. Yeah, because this is, we have already learning by doing, and then we are implementation, the student-centered learning approach, and also having personalized feedback and support to helping students stay motivated and engage in the learning process in our classroom. And then what about the learning experience? I think this is same with the keynote speaker already representing. It will be personalized learning, and then adaptive feedback and target interaction. Addressing cultural and linguistic diversity, and also by using this approach, a robot can leverage machine translation and multilingual capabilities to support the learner from diverse linguistic background. So this is the example when we are supporting multilingual in our classroom by using Booth. We are already having the student to learn local language. Maybe in Europe, you can check in Booth, are these robot can read your local language. For example, here we are practically use this Booth by using Makassar language, English, and Indonesian language in the classroom.
Okay, nice. You are asking about where is the Bahasa? Oh, okay. Bahasa Indonesia, English. Okay,
Yeah. So this is for multilingual, and this is also when we are representing about the benefit of the promise of this artificial intelligence or robot assisted language learning, already representing from some of the studies improving speaking, listening, reading, and writing. This is more effective than traditional class. So let's have a look about the qualitative and quantitative evaluation. I think when we want to focus and investigating the benefit, already we can do by survey and observation and interview for the student. And when we are also having this comparing our classroom by using this Book. So let's see what is the student practically use in the class. Yeah, you see in this video, I think the student already improved their computational linguistic, because when they are talking with Cici in English and Cici reply in Indonesia, but the student also sharing again their question in English.
I like it because I can practice by English. Thank you, Cici. Thank you, Miss. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Sarina, and I'm from class 8. So today, I want to give information about this application. This application is namely Cici. Cici is an application that will help my activity. because Cici can help with everything, whatever is lesson or daily life. Besides that, Cici can develop my English. If I ask something, Cici can answer me like this. Cici, how many planets in universe? An incredibly vast place. Enough, and estimating the exact number of planets within it is quite challenging. However, astronomers have made remarkable discoveries beyond our solar system. As of now, they have identified approximately 5,500 planets outside of. Thank you, Cici, for your.
Yeah, this is when we are practically use Cici booth in the for the student at the junior high school. They are the student from junior high school. I think you see the promise of by using this robot assisted language learning or virtual robot to improving the student communication skill. So what about analyzing learning engagement and motivation? Yeah, because of the promise of by using this virtual robot already having the feedback that you see, direct feedback, and then we can also having the motivation to learn that you see in the videos already. Most of the student, I think all of the student interesting when we are playing this Cici booth in our English classroom. Identifying best practice and success factor. I think by implementation involve collaborative approach between teacher, resources, and technology provide, it will be more support our successful in the classroom. This is the ethical consideration when we are use this artificial intelligence in the classroom. Of course, there are three ethical consideration that we must be also awareness here about data privacy, algorithmic bias, and human interaction. Yeah. Privacy data protection and algorithmic. This is, of course, we need to be also the student understanding how to having their quantum computing or computing intelligence to know and how they are protect their privacy data. Equity and accessibility in role in English classroom. This is already support with accessibility, cultural sensitivity, and equal opportunities. And then I will give my presentation, the strategies for effective the role integration in the classroom. Yeah, absolutely. You must be mastery the tools that you wanna implementation in the classroom, and also this is support in your curriculum, and you can monitor your student progress. And this is my conclusion and future direction. I think that quantum computing and robot-assisted language learning have the potential to transform English foreign language. For the quantum computing, computational thinking, quantum intelligence, and computational linguistics, I think this is the new term for all of us, but I hope and invite you to do the studies in this area, and the promise of this by improving the student soft skill in quantum computing already improve the student communication skill, enhance engagement, and these technologies continue to advance. We can expect and greater possibilities for improving language learning in the future. So thank you for having me and listening to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Dr. Mutmainah for the nice presentations.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the question and answer question and discussion session. We're glad to have many questions from all the participants, but because of the time limitation, we're going to select first two questions only, and we deliver it to speakers. Participant can you can send the question via Zoom chat box or personal WhatsApp application. Thank you.
I have read.
Okay. Is the first questions in terms of Measuring student communication performance in EFL classes. How can technology using quantum computing assist in evaluating and analyzing student progress more deeply, as well as providing more objective and data-driven feedback to improve speaking and listening skills?
Okay.
That's the first question.
Thank you for the question. This is excellent question about the quantum computing that already here we are discuss about the quantum computing for today. And then we believe that by this quantum computing already happening right now. But unfortunately in Indonesia, you know, in Indonesia we have 50% area we don't have internet connection, and mostly they are already also not only about don't have internet connection, but also the device, and then don't have also smartphone, or don't have also how to say computer. So let's have a look the definition of this quantum computing. So when we are bring out the gap to access education in urban area and more resources, I think that without internet connection, we still have our interesting learning or interesting class. How we do that? Actually, the quantum computing, this is we in the quantum computing concept, we still have namely computational thinking. In the computational thinking, we have also namely critical thinking. So in this aspect, in this area, when you are mastering the quantum computing or computational thinking, this is related to the critical thinking, and the teacher already can be also use the local technology when they want to solve the problem, the gap in the urban areas with the limited internet connection. And the second one, we can invest the infrastructure. I see that right now in urban area we have namely how to say internet. I don't know what is the name that, but we can buy the internet quota even we are in the rural area. I think that for the urban area, we need to be also introduce and invite them to use this technology. And the second one about the problem, the teacher training and support. Sometimes we just losing our interesting to teach the student in the urban area because of we are lose our training. We don't know how to teach them without the internet connection, or without how to say, or without infrastructure. But I think that by the training of the teacher in the many condition, it will be support us to use the local technology, for example, yeah, local technology. And then I don't know, in my area in Mamuju, this is in Mamuju, the teacher already they are creating their tower. The tower, because they don't have internet connection, they are creating the tower and they get access for the internet and they use in the classroom. I forget what is the name, but they are already doing the creativity how to get access the internet in their class. So that's why we already invite you to help this the student or the school in the urban area. And then we need to be also access to increase the inequality of this situation. We also can do collaborative partnership, yeah, collaborative partnership and policy support. For example, in my student, because they don't have internet connection, but we have namely Zoom meeting, the student already go to the another city or another area with internet connection. I think this is also one of the solution to solve this problem. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the detailed answer, ma'am. So we still waiting for the next questions. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, you can send your question via chat box.
This is the second question about how to measure the student communication.
Oh, right. The second one is how to use.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Have you already answered the 2 questions, ma'am?
Yeah.
Right?
I
Yeah,
already
that's
did
okay.
it.
Thank you.
Okay. In my class, to do the evaluation, analyzing the student progress more deeply, because for the communication, one meeting they're doing interaction with the artificial intelligence, for example, it will be, we see there step by step that you see in the videos, they are already having interaction with artificial intelligence or the Chichi booth in 6 weeks. And we see the progress, they already having their improving their communication skill. And then the second one, to identify and analyzing the student progress, we can do for example, this is in my class. In every meeting, I don't ask the student anymore to practice their English in writing, but mostly they are spending their time to creating the dialogue, the dialogue. And after that, they are practice their dialogue with their friends, and they record, they're recording their practice and upload it into student YouTube link. And we can see the student progress every week. We can see that based on the videos, first video, second videos, until maybe if you are implementation in your class, because I know maybe you have English education program study here, I think it will be more costly. But that you see for junior high school, that here in my place, they're already having interaction with the Chichi booth, for example, Chichi booth. In the 5 and 6 week, they already having a good communication that you see in the video, because we already recording the student opinion, the student perception after they are already use a Chichi booth in 6 weeks. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for the answer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and then actually we still have more questions, but unfortunately, because the time, we need to end our discussion session, ma'am. And then thank you so much again to Dr. Mutmainah for the valuable information. It's really great honor for us here to have you in this occasion, in this international conference. We really hope that we can meet you in the next conference, ma'am. Thank you. See you soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a very short refreshment again for 1 minute. Please stay tuned on Zoom and we will continue to the next part of the presentation. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, guests, and speakers, now we continue our international conference. We are now going to listen to the next part of the presentation. Professor Christopher Corden from Adam Mickiewicz University of Poland. Are you online, sir? Excuse me, sir, we cannot hear your voice. Yes. Unmute. All right. Yes, sir. No, we still cannot hear your voice clearly, sir. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and participant, we would like to inform that if you have any question after the presentation, you can send it to the chat box. Thank you. We still progress to see Professor Christopher Corden. Okay, we would like to inform also to the all participants that we will have attended links. All right.
All right, I think it works. Hello, can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, that's very clear, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, because Professor Christopher Corden online and ready to present the material, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on board Professor Christopher Corden. Line is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here. Let me go ahead and share my screen, and we'll get started. I'm going to talk today about how I use AI in creating lessons, and we're going to look at one such lesson, which is 4 categories of cultural competence. And I think this is going to be interesting on 2 levels. One, how I use AI, and 2, the actual subject of cultural competence and how I teach it, how we can look at it differently, and how your students can benefit from this. For those who don't know me, I'm Professor Corden, and here is my Instagram QR code for those who would like to follow me. I'm very active on Instagram, and it's how I got to know the organizers of this conference. And I'm very thankful for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be here. Very briefly, I'm from the US. I studied and trained in England at Oxford and Cambridge. I've been a global trainer and Oxford University press consultant and a social media blogger for the last few years. And it's a pleasure to be here with you for a few minutes. I'm going to talk about how AI can assist in the framework for ESL educators to address each type of cultural experience in engaging ways. And so what I did is I thought about the different types of situations we find ourselves in, either as a tourist, mainly in more serious environments, and also in the classroom, and how we should look at those, and then how we can use AI to help us, or at least how I've used AI to help me in this lecture. As we know, English, so when you learned English before, you learned English culture, and then later you learned American culture. But now, obviously, English is taught in many different settings. And so it's not just an issue of learning one culture, it's honestly dealing with many cultures. And as one teacher, we can't possibly understand all the different cultures. Our students are going to different countries of the world, and if we want to help educate them in English and get them ready for a new job or a new studies, then we have to understand, and we need to use the technological assistance that's available to us. There are 4 types of cultural content, I believe, and I'm going to share with you this guide to teaching cultural competence. The first one's the least offensive. Well, it's the most, I call it humorous experiences. It's these funny memories you have when you just make a mistake, but there are no serious consequences. I don't think we need to teach this in the classroom, but it's, if you're traveling at all, if you're having interactions with different people from different countries, as all of us are, including today, I'm with you, then sometimes we have misunderstandings that are quite funny. I remember in Italy, I was introduced to a very famous American painter, but my host who introduced me kept calling him Louis, Louis, Louis. So I thought that his name was Louis, and I introduced myself and said, Louis, it's nice to meet you. And he said, nice to meet you, but my name is Tom. And he was a little bit offended because he's a famous artist, I guess, and his name was everywhere. But because my host had called him Louis, I called him Louis, and he got offended and never talked to me the rest of the exhibition. What we understood later is that Louis in Italian means him. Him, he, him. So in English, Louis is an informal version of Louis. And so I made that I think it's a funny mistake. Obviously, that painter wasn't amused at the time, but I know he's forgotten about it. The second one is, I think, more serious, and this is where you can begin to not only use AI, but also help your students in tangible ways to use cultural knowledge to gain a rapport with people. So one of the things you want to think about is, what can I, talk about or use, or that can help create a bond with the people that I'm meeting. Now, we can, if I'm traveling to Indonesia, then I will want to know a little bit about the batik textile culture and how this is made, and its very deep traditions in Indonesian culture. So that would be a way to connect with people by having an interesting conversation about things that local people hold near and dear to their heart. Now, if I'm traveling to Kazakhstan, for example, I might look at order or ask about besh parma, or express an interest in this type of meat. And so wherever the culture leads you, whatever sort of cultural encounter you're going to have, it's important to understand what's important to that culture. And AI can help you. I did an AI search and said, what is an important cultural element in this target country or this target country? And we find out very quickly: food, drink, important monuments, architecture, some key writers or thinkers are critical. And then so I would ask the AI, what's one, very important thing that I should know a little bit about? And that's really helpful, because as teachers, we can't possibly know everything about every culture. But with AI, we can quickly get answers, and it doesn't take, as we all know, it doesn't take a lot of time to prepare. Now, this is also a very serious issue with cultural competence. I put it in black because it is serious, and it can have negative consequences. And that is when you make a faux pas. This is a French word for you do something that's inappropriate in the local culture. You offend people. We can search and do AI searches and say, what are common faux pas? What are common problems that foreigners have when visiting this country, to avoid them? And one of the, I remember in Cambridge, I inadvertently, accidentally offended my host by leaving a little bit too early. I did not realize the Japanese tradition in this, and I offended my host. But I didn't know I was offending my host until much later. And so when we look at the ways in which we must be careful in foreign, when we're traveling, when we're having these intercultural exchanges, then, body gestures and body language, religious practice and sacred spaces are very important to understand: what to wear, what we can and can't take photos of, social etiquette, displays of affection in public, certain dietary customs. Food is an important and touchy subject potentially, so we have to know how to behave. These are areas that we can quickly understand and teach our students when we know the target country. If we have a student who's going to study in Australia, or they're moving to maybe I don't know, they're moving to a neighboring country, they're going to the US or to Europe, we can quickly understand some of the things we need to talk about culturally by using AI. Now, what's important to note is that some of you might think, well, can't our students do that? Well, they could, but they don't think about these things. When we're training and preparing our students for a successful communicative experience, it's not just the words we use, it's the actions behind and through those words. It's how we act, we behave. And so students don't know this until it's too late, until they arrive. And so as teachers, we have more experience, and we can share those experiences, or at least prepare our students for those experiences. And we can use AI to do it. We don't have to have a lot of background. We don't have to have traveled to that country. We can quickly come to grips or understand the important issues with a short AI interaction. Now, the fourth one, I've gone quite quickly because we're running a little late, and I want to keep on time in the schedule. We can have time for a few questions. The fourth area is trivia. Unfortunately, this is the one that's the most popular. Teachers think that, well, if I'm going to teach culture, I'm going to do some trivia. So what's the name of this clock in England, in London, the center of London? And this, I think, is the least effective and least interesting form of cultural competence. Of course, you do want to know, if you go to London, you know, a little bit about that clock or what its name is, but it's not actually helping the students much. They don't tie it to any life event or practical activity. It's just a trivial pursuit and one sort of isolated piece of knowledge that isn't very helpful to our students. So what I'm suggesting is that when we think about our children or our students who want to move abroad, we think about two main things. What can they most benefit from? So what are important areas of culture that can help them connect with locals? If you go to, I've been to Kazakhstan recently, if you go there and you talk about and you express an interest, genuine interest in some of their local food, their cuisine, this makes a big impression, a big positive impression. And then the flip side of that are the detrimental things you want to avoid or be careful of so that you don't offend people. This is especially true for business people. If you offend your host, it's hard to make a business deal. So if any of you teach business English, the faux pas, the things you want to be sensitive to, what the local culture is sensitive to, is something you really want to understand, because what they're sensitive to might not be the same thing that I'm sensitive to. All right. Now, of course, we want to avoid cultural stereotypes and prejudices, and this is where teaching culture gets a little bit more complicated, because we want to avoid things like this. I've just listed a few here, and I've actually asked AI to help me, although we can find these in regular sources if we look for them. Ethnic and racial stereotypes, assuming people from a certain ethnic group have the same personality and abilities. We want to be careful about that. Gender stereotypes, of course, we want to be careful about. Not all women are teachers around the world. And, these stereotypes are everywhere. So we want to be a little bit careful about those. National stereotypes. Oh, people from this country act a certain way. This is, I think, potentially very dangerous. Religious prejudices. We want to be respectful of people's religion, but we have to also understand that not everyone has the same degree of faith in that particular religion in that region. And then socioeconomic stereotypes, the assumption that poor people are lazy, rich people are greedy or more motivated or maybe more intelligent. All of these stereotypes are indeed stereotypes that are often untrue. And so we want to be careful when we teach culture in the way, and understand it in the ways I've suggested, that we avoid these problems of stereotyping or prejudices that help us, sort of encourage us to overlook the details, the important details of a culture. I'm going to end here. We've got 4 minutes to ask questions or answer. You can find me on LinkedIn at Chris Corton, or Instagram, Professor Corton, or an email if you want to drop me an email and further this conversation about culture and AI and how I use AI. And I have to say, I'm using AI regularly in almost every session. And I'm actually using it now more. I'm going to give a big talk in Turkey at the beginning of March, and I'm actually going to use it in some sort of novel ways where it's going to be actually engaging with me on a certain topic. So I will be the screen will be talking to me in the background, the PowerPoint. So I'm looking to use AI in more engaging ways to. And when I do this, I think about the culture. What topic can I talk about? And what language can I use to make the most impact on a Turkish audience? So culture is very critical when you think about, having an international audience. And in fact, the organizers of this conference, when they were thinking about it, obviously took into account that there will be people from many different countries representing. Of course, AI is an appropriate theme to unite all of us educators as we come to grips with this ever-changing and fast-paced technology. Thank you all, and I'm open to your questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Corton, for the incredible presentation and also giving us such informative and comprehensive presentation for the 9th part of the presentation today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the Q&A, or question and answer, or discussion session. Actually, we are glad to receive so many questions from all the participants. And because due to a time limitation, we are going to select only 2 questions for the first question for our speaker. Participant can send the question via Zoom chat box or personal chat. All right, now let us see the question from the chat box or the personal chat. We have the first question, sir, from Rahma Riyapsari, but not for the chat box, but Rahma sent the question through the personal WhatsApp application chat. So the question is, how can ESL or EFL educators create a flexible framework that effectively incorporates diverse cultural experiences into lessons, ensuring that students feel represented, engaged, and encouraged to share their own cultural perspective? That's its question, sir.
Wow, that's a big question.
Yes.
That's almost as diverse as the classroom this questionnaire has suggested. Well, first of all, I'm not sure it's that common, especially in Indonesia, to have such, well, maybe I'm wrong, but there aren't many times when you have such a diverse audience. Now, I happen to have diverse audiences in my university because I teach in the Erasmus program. I'm teaching students from, well, Europe, but greater Europe. So that includes countries outside of Europe. We call it Erasmus Plus. And so students can come. So I'm teaching one of those European-wide consortium courses this semester. And as I go through and I'm selecting the themes, I am very aware that people are coming from Europe and outside Europe and very different. And so what I have to do, and I think the challenge for all of us, is to think about themes that are inclusive, that aren't prejudicial, but at the same time, specific enough that are interesting. If we just talk too general, no one's going to be excited about that. No student's excited about just, we're going to do communication. No, let's do something specific so they know what's happening. I think that is best advanced or improved through trial and error. So I've had a lot of experience with Instagram. For the last 4 years, I've had a lot of followers from all over the world. So I've always had to think about, especially in my Instagram quizzes, I do quizzes almost every day. I think about, is this topic acceptable to everyone on my Instagram. And that means religious conservatives to very liberal people, to those who, you know, have one belief or one political belief or another political belief. I'm always considering this. I didn't when I first started Instagram, but now I do. How will this affect the more than 100 different, you know, people from more than 100 different countries which are represented on my Instagram? So I think I've gotten quite good at it. And the first thing you have to ask yourself is, all right, who is represented in the class? And you just have to think about, all right, who's there? And you think, and this is a great exercise, think from their perspective, would I be offended about that topic? And if so, how? I've made a few mistakes. I made one big mistake a few years back. But since then, I think I've been pretty good about that because you learn quickly. You lose followers if you offend people. And so I've learned on the go. But what the biggest advice I have is think about your individual or the different groups and think about it from their perspective and try to get into their head. I think it's really interesting and effective, and you learn a lot more.
All right. Thank you, sir, for the answer. Now we still have one more question. And the question is from Anissa, Indonesia. The question is, what strategies can ESL educator use within a cultural framework to foster intercultural communication skills while balancing respect for different culture with the development of practical language proficiency in the real world context? That's the question,
These
sir.
are A+ questions. These are like 10 out of 10. I mean, I don't think AI could do better in these questions than the ones. These are really thorough. Well, again, intercultural within a monocultural context is, I think, I think it presents very interesting opportunities. If you're teaching students from one culture, it's going to be easy to interest them in other cultures, but what you have to do is, as a teacher, ask specific questions. First of all, pick something that's interesting. I think like how you greet people is quite interesting. You know, how do I greet people in different cultures? Friends, people you don't know. I think that's always interesting. Gift giving. So we all know in our own culture how we do it, but if you can select 2 or 3 different trends or different practices in different cultures, I think it opens students' eyes up. They're really interesting. And you can use AI to do this. And you know what? I'm now playing around with AI videos, and I've started to create them. You can actually create a welcoming, you know, a handshake between you and a Spanish person in Madrid. And it's really beautiful. You can watch that play out and you can act through it. It's really interesting what AI can do, and they can create these videos now in minutes. So everything's possible. The world is getting smaller. I want to take this time to thank you all for allowing me to be on this stage, and I want to wish the organizers all the best, and that this conference continues apace.
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, then actually we still have more questions, but unfortunately, because the limited time, sir, we need to end our discussion session. And thank you so much again for Professor Christopher Corden for the valuable information. Then it's a really great honor for us to have you here, sir, in this occasion. And we really hope that we can meet you in the next conference at the next project. Thank you. See you soon. Goodbye, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Muthmaina. I want to thank you for your invitation. Bye-bye.
Yes, you're very welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a very short refreshment again for 1 minute. Please wait for a minute in this Zoom meeting and stay tuned. We'll be right back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ELeSViTa International Conference hosted by UPTB and Churup. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen the next part of the presentation. It is perhaps the last presentation for today. We would like to say hello to Professor Luis Cardozo from University of Lisbon. Are you online, sir?
Yes, I'm online. Greetings. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, sir. Good afternoon here in Indonesia. All
Good
right, ladies and
afternoon, my friend.
yes, nice to see you again, sir.
Nice to see you too. Nice to see you too.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome on board Professor Luis Cardozo. Line is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So first of all, I would like to thank the kind invitation to be here. It's a great pleasure and a great honor. And I would like to thank Dr. Mutmaina for the kind invitation to be here. It's great to be among esteemed colleagues, esteemed friends. Nice to see you, my dear moderator. Always a great professional. And let us begin this journey regarding artificial intelligence, languages, and higher education institutions. Perhaps one of the most important and challenging topics that we could choose regarding this 21st century, namely when we think about what is happening so fast, when we try to understand all these changes that are all around us, because AI is affecting everyone and everything. So let us begin this short journey regarding what is happening when we think about teaching and learning languages. So first of all, of course, we have to try to define how AI is affecting all our endeavors regarding the teaching and learning process, because AI is at the same time responsive, decisive, adaptive, and independent. So on one hand, artificial intelligence can, of course, create new types of engagement and interaction from humans to other machines. And it's absolutely decisive because artificial intelligence can interpret supplied information and take appropriate action. It's adaptive because it can internalize new information and adjust its behaviors accordingly. And it is independent because AI can conduct most of its decision-making process without the need for human input. And this is the key question now regarding how AI is truly independent or not in the next years to come. So let us try to see what has been happening from 2023 and what will be happening by 2028. So we will have a huge increase regarding edtech spend. We'll be having a huge increase regarding how much money we'll be spending on AI driven solutions. By 2028, we will be spending more than 21 billion US dollars. So this is a huge amount of money, and this means that it is perhaps the top priority that we have in our universities now. And many countries have now established as a priority, not just for education, but for economy as well. So in Europe, for example, the president of France has decided that AI should be a top priority for the next years, not just in education, but across the French society. So what has been happening, for example, last year, is that many top industries have put together key elements of artificial intelligence, connecting, for example, artificial intelligence with advanced robotics, with 3D printing, with digital twin, with big data and analytics, and creating bridges to overcome many difficulties that we still have dealing with this massive revolution we are facing now regarding these new edtech trends. So this is a portrait of one of the recent studies that I've been sharing many times because it involves more than 770 startups and emerging companies that were analyzed. And as you can see, we have here artificial intelligence connected with many of important trends that we have today that are truly reshaping the world of education. So when we think about all these trends, we come across a new landscape for education. When we think about artificial intelligence in education and in higher education, of course, we have, let us say, the bright side of AI, and then we have a challenging side of AI. Many of our colleagues still think there is a dark side of AI. So this is why we need more AI literacy. This is why we need more teacher training programs about AI. This is why conferences like this one are so important in order to share information, in order to share best practices, in order to share new paths to get to AI and understand how we can use AI in our universities, for example, regarding student success, regarding student recruitment, for example, regarding alumni engagement, regarding student retention, regarding student completion, about teaching and learning, about learning management, for example, future-ready skills, collaborative learning, learning spaces, regarding security management, data sharing, facilities, institutional operations, regarding research, regarding how to perform in a higher level, regarding how to connect research, teaching, and learning. So these are three vital elements here that we cannot separate at all. So when we are conducting research, of course, research should be applied research because we'll be using that info, that data we are collecting, we are analyzing to create new possibilities for teaching and learning experiences. This is why we have to try to establish here a path regarding the most important principles of artificial intelligence in education. So we begin with purpose by stating that we have to use artificial intelligence to help all students achieve educational goals. And this is our number one objective, of course. This is connected with compliance. This is connected with the way we can reaffirm adherence to existing policies, for example. So what are our policies? Do we have enough policies regarding AI? Well, nowadays, we are creating more and more policies. Nowadays, with the help of the United Nations, with the help of UNESCO, with the help of the OECD, with the help, for example, of the European Commission, we have the European AI Act recently being shared. And now we are having more and more legal frameworks regarding the use of artificial intelligence and the use of an ethical approach regarding artificial intelligence. And this is so important. So this is connected with knowledge. So we have to share more knowledge about AI. We have to promote AI literacy in order to all teachers to know more about AI and to know how to use AI inside classroom, for example, but also outside classroom, because our students, as we all know, are very keen on technology. They like using technology. So AI is now perhaps their top priority when thinking on what is the use of technology that I'm going to have in the next years. So I have to learn more about AI. So this means that we in our universities must develop new programs and adapt our curriculum to integrate AI solutions. This, of course, is connected with balance. So to realize the benefits of AI and address the risks. So on one hand, we have to be aware of the risks of artificial intelligence, of course. We all have doubts regarding bias, regarding discrimination, regarding information and misinformation. But we also understand the huge benefits of artificial intelligence, of course. And this can help us develop integrity, and we can advance academic integrity by using artificial intelligence on one hand, but at the same time, we have to think how to use AI with integrity and with ethics. So this is connected with agency to maintain human decision-making when using AI. This is the real focus here. So we have to understand that AI is not here to substitute humans. AI is not going to substitute the work that our students have to do, have to perform, but AI is a powerful tool. But it's only a tool, like many others. Perhaps our students many times think that AI is going to substitute their efforts, but it's not. So artificial intelligence is only a tool that they can use to help, to engage, to perform, to search, to analyze, to detect, to create as well. But it's only a tool. And then we have evaluation, because this is a process. So everything is connected. Purpose, compliance, knowledge, balance, integrity, agency, evaluation, everything is connected. So this path makes us realize that we have to regularly assess the impacts of AI. When we think about the use of AI inside a classroom, when we think about the use of AI with different students, because all students are different, all classes are different, of course. We have different degrees. It's different to teach at the university. It's different to teach at a secondary school. So we have to adapt. We have to be agile. We have to be flexible. So this means that everything is connected here. And these principles are now guiding our actions. So many teachers are already using AI solutions, for example. More than 51% are using AI-powered educational games. More than 43% are using adaptive learning platforms. More than 41% are using automated grading and feedback systems. More than 29% are using intelligent tutoring systems. More than 35% are using chatbots. So this means that AI is here and is changing the landscape right now. So this landscape, of course, is leading us to new challenges and to new considerations. So we have effectiveness and efficiency of AI tools. We all agree that AI tools are very efficient. They can help us with our daily tasks, for example, with our administrative tasks, with our routines. But AI tools are just helping us with those tasks. This means that AI tools must be understood as something that we have to control, that we have to master, that we have to understand, and then we can use. Because we have ethical concerns here. Many times, students use, for example, Gen AI, and they don't double check the information. Many times students use Gen AI and they don't use critical thinking regarding the info they get. So this is why we need more teacher training programs. We need more programs to help teachers develop strategies in order to teach students how to use AI with ethics. This is very important because we are truly highly dependent on technology nowadays, and we will be more dependent on technology. Research will be more dependent on technology. Teaching and learning will be more dependent on technology. And of course, the workforce will be more dependent on artificial intelligence as well. So we have there another issue here that is cost and accessibility. Many AI apps are free, and I'm sure we all use them, but many others require registration, for example. Many others require to access a higher level, require a financial aid, financial support. So we have to buy those new levels. So this means that many universities have to define what are the most important AI solutions that I require in my daily tasks. In my department, for example, in my faculty, what do teachers need to go ahead with this AI revolution here? And for example, are they connected with VR, with augmented reality, for example? So this is happening in management, in architecture. This is happening in medicine schools, medicine faculties, and these are very good opportunities to enhance the capabilities, for example, of our laboratories. But of course, we still have resistance to change. Many of our colleagues still have doubts. Many of our colleagues still have questions. Many of our colleagues still have perhaps fear about artificial intelligence. So this is why the answer is we need more teacher training. We need more AI literacy. And with more information, with more comprehension about AI, will be evolving and will be forgetting this resistance to change. So we have here, regarding artificial intelligence, 4 paths: the benefits, the challenges, what is the vision, and what are the applications. So artificial intelligence in higher education, for example, when you think about language learning, it's all about how to create personalized consultations, for example, how to create intelligent tutorials, how to create more interactive classes. And these are great applications we have regarding AI. About the vision, this is about how to create a collaboration between AI and teachers, how to improve this collaboration, how to integrate AI with augmented and virtual reality, how to use highly advanced virtual classrooms right now. So this means that we need support from our governments to establish education as our priority. And let us not forget that SDG 4, quality education, is perhaps the most important SDG that we have for 2030. And 2030 is just around the corner. And of course, we have a lot of benefits by using AI, namely creating personalized paths, analysis of large amounts of data that is very useful when we are conducting research, but also challenges regarding the teaching methodologies, regarding investment in teacher training. So this means that we need policies regarding the use of AI. We need policies, national policies regarding the use of AI, and to create an AI path regarding our educational system. So this is connected with applications of artificial intelligence and how to use artificial intelligence in our classrooms. So, for example, when we are using artificial intelligence to rethink our teaching course content, for example, to create diagnostic and to establish a portrait of the strong points, and to establish, for example, how to define automated feedback, how to curate learning materials, how to facilitate collaboration, how AI must be used, not just looking at the students, but also at the teacher's perspective. So we have automated grading, for example. We are already using AI for automated grading to get feedback. And of course, this means that teaching is evolving and we have an evolution of teaching. But also we have another keyword here, that is the evaluation of teaching. And AI can help us evaluate what's happening with our actions. So are we on the right track? Are we on track with success? Are we using AI to create more interesting lessons? For example, are we using AI to get our students' attention? Are we using AI to create new lesson plans, interesting lesson plans that incorporate technology, that incorporate many other technologies? So this means that AI can help us with personalized content. AI can help us with learning design. AI can help us, for example, by building up mind maps about the future of education. But this also leads us to many types of concerns, and I've said a couple of minutes ago that we have in Europe, namely from the European Commission, a lot of reports about the impact of AI. This is just one of them, the impact of artificial intelligence on learning, teaching, and education. Perhaps one of the most important reports that we have about AI, but we also have the so-called AI Act that is redefining everything we think about the use of AI. So let us create here a portrait regarding the benefits and the challenges so far. Benefits, on one hand, improved administrative efficiency. So for automated tasks, AI can be great. Access to insights backed by data. We are dealing with more and more amounts of data, and we require the help of AI solutions to analyze data, huge amounts of data that we have to determine, evaluate, and use. And AI is a powerful tool regarding this use. Of course, we have the possibility of accessibility and inclusivity. And AI solutions can help us a lot with this. We can have enhanced engagement through gamification. And when you connect gamification with artificial intelligence, and this is a success path that we have here. We have, of course, more efficiency regarding management when we use AI solutions. We have more enhanced assessment and feedback possibilities regarding artificial intelligence. And we have, of course, more solutions regarding lifelong learning. But we also have challenges: data privacy and security, as we all know. Many times bias and discrimination regarding the information we get from Gen AI. Equity and access. Well, we still have many countries, many districts, many regions, many schools that do not have access, quality access regarding internet, regarding computers, regarding laptops. So if we don't have quality access, how can we use AI? Many times we lack teacher training programs. This is why many times teachers have some doubts and perhaps some fears regarding the use of AI. Our dependence on technology many times leads us to say, no, this is enough, I'm not going forward regarding AI, so I have to stop here. But we cannot stop, because as we speak, AI is evolving. So we cannot stop. We have to enhance our comprehension regarding artificial intelligence. And then we have technological reliability and the cost of implementation that are connected. So we need more technological reliability. We have to rely on the information that you receive because many of our students lack literacy. So this is why literacy is so important. So we have to engage with our students regarding literacy. We need more literacy, we need more digital literacy, and we need more AI literacy. This is highly important. So what is the path ahead? More opportunities for us all. Learning process personalization. Let us say about languages, for example. How learning outcomes can be predicted, for example. Automation of mundane teacher tasks. For example, when we have this automation, then we are free to dedicate our time to our students. This is a huge benefit. Administrative workflows that can be done by the use of AI. Assistance for special needs students. AI can help us create and develop paths that are connected with special needs students and special requirements. Resource planning with AI, a powerful path that we have here to enhance our possibilities inside the classroom. Curriculum design, to improve our curriculum, to create a new type of curriculum, a curriculum that is AI-driven, a curriculum that is EdTech-driven. Ongoing assistance during learning to reshape the way we are addressing these challenges we have nowadays. But of course, one of the key questions we have here is about the use of Gen AI. So let us say, what is UNESCO saying about Gen AI in education? And I quote, AI tools open new horizons for education, but we urgently need to take action to ensure we integrate them into learning systems on our terms. And allow me to highlight our terms. So this means our policies, our needs. This means our schools, our universities, our countries. So we have to adapt everything that AI can give us to our reality, to our context, to our community, to our countries, to our philosophy of life, to our principles, to our virtues, to our main key elements that characterize our life. So Gen AI is just one of the most important possibilities that we have nowadays. As we all know, we have dozens and dozens of possibilities that are AI-driven that can be used inside the classroom. This is just some of the most common ones. I'm sure that we all know these that I'm sharing now in this slide, and I'm sure that we have been using them in our daily tasks as teachers and as researchers. But we will be having more and more solutions. We will be having more powerful solutions. So the future is all about new possibilities regarding AI. So when you think about higher education, we have four areas that we have to analyze: the background, why are education institutions taking notice about AI, what are generative AI tools and how they are affecting what is happening, for example, in our universities, and the purpose, for example, of information that you can access to establish a connection here with the needs and expectations of our students, the needs and expectations of all teachers, and the needs and expectations of all researchers. So generative AI tools are very powerful, but again, we have to understand that we have to create a balance here. Okay, so we have to create a balance between the opportunities, but to understand the risks that many times we receive information that we have to double check. background. How to use AI in our universities, namely when we are teaching languages, and how to enhance the possibility of engaging students with new solutions, with new lesson plans, with new activities, with pedagogical innovation, with the connection of virtual reality with augmented reality and artificial intelligence. And this is why the educational institutions are taking notice. This is why all universities worldwide are taking notice, because everything is changing, our society is changing, and of course, our universities have to change as well. But as we said, we have risks, so we have to analyze those risks. The recent European Union Artificial Intelligence Act analyzes these risks, and according to the so-called AI Act, we have unacceptable risks. For example, we are talking about systems that are considered a threat to people and will be banned. So we are thinking about cognitive behavioral manipulation of people or specific vulnerable groups, for example, biometric identification and categorization of people, real-time and remote biometric identification system. So these are systems that will be thoroughly analyzed and many will be banned. So we have high-risk situations that are determined and analyzed by the AI Act, namely when we think about AI systems that are creating new problems that require new solutions. When we think about education and vocational training, when we think about employment, when we think about work management and access to self-employment, when we think about law enforcement, these are just some areas here that are receiving huge impacts of artificial intelligence. So we need more and more transparency. And this is vital regarding artificial intelligence. So for now, Gen AI, like ChatGPT, will not be classified as high risk. But ChatGPT and many other forms will be analyzed, will be followed, will be discussed, of course. And when using these forms of Gen AI, we have to disclose that the content was generated by AI. We have to share this information, publishing summaries of copyrighted data used for training, for example, and this will help us to establish an ethical approach regarding artificial intelligence and Gen AI. So we have now new rules. We have new rules to address those risks created by artificial intelligence applications, to prohibit AI practices that pose unacceptable risks. This AI Act determines a list of high-risk applications and, of course, to create enforcement regarding policies, regarding laws, and regarding ethics. So, to summarize everything that we have been saying so far, artificial intelligence in education is, of course, creating benefits, challenges, and very important applications. Perhaps the challenges so far are more connected with bias and discrimination and data privacy and security. These are some of the most important elements that still require from us our attention and new solutions, because new problems require new solutions. And this is just one of the most recent studies we have about the new era of artificial intelligence in education. And this study highlights that, of course, we recognize the benefits, but we have to address the challenges as well. So when we think about the classroom, we can analyze, for example, learning gaps with artificial intelligence. We can create personalized learning paths with artificial intelligence. We can have automated grading and assessment. We can create new types of engagement. We can have intelligent tutoring systems. where we can connect with virtual reality in immersive learning. We can have new learning possibilities regarding learning disabilities. We can have enhancement possibilities regarding classroom efficiency, time saving, enhancing teacher professional development. So these are very important advantages of AI in the classroom. And these benefits are also connected with language learning, because we can create personalized learning paths. AI tools can help us adapt to individual learning needs. We can have immediate feedback, because AI can help us obtain immediate information about a task, for example. We can have enhanced engagement. AI tools provide interactive and engagement content. Accessibility, as we said before, data-driven insights. AI tools track progress and provide data-driven insight. And of course, continuous practice. AI tools offer consistent practice opportunities, facilitating better language retention and proficiency. And this is so important when we think about language learning. So AI, regarding advantages, are, of course, how to get immediate feedback, how to have more accessibility, but we also have disadvantages, for example, because sometimes we have limited language exposure, many times we have lack of human interaction, and this study exploring the potential of AI-based chatbots, for example, highlights bias and discrimination and lack of human interaction as two of the most important disadvantages of artificial intelligence in EFL learning. So we have to know more about AI. We have to use more AI solutions in our classrooms. We need more AI-powered tools. And we need to understand how these AI-powered tools can help us. So, of course, many teachers are already using, for example, language learning apps. Many use language generation AI. Many use chatbots. But, for example, 24% still do not use any type of these solutions. So there is a gap here that we have to overcome. And then when we think about connecting AI with virtual and augmented reality, only 7% are using this connection. So this connection has to evolve, has to be more thorough and more powerful in the future to come. So, my dear friends, artificial intelligence in higher education institutions means dealing with intelligent algorithms, means that institutions can have better strategies to support the use of technology in the learning process. And this is highly important. We can improve accessibility in higher education. We can create a more inclusive, efficient, and innovative future for education. We can provide more assistance to students, to educators, to academic staff. We can have, of course, some issues. We still have some issues regarding morale, security, and the nature of learning. We can have challenges such as reliance, privacy concerns, and even bias. But of course, we can create a new approach that is a paradigm that creates and prioritizes human control over AI and ensures that AI is used to improve teachers' and students' capacities. But we need more investment. We need more financial support for new technological infrastructures, to have new and better equipped laboratories with AI solutions connected with augmented reality and virtual reality, for example. We need to increase the knowledge levels of students regarding the use of AI, regarding the use of Gen AI. We have to establish what are the most important opportunities to delegate physical tasks to AI and machines, and then we can forget a bit the monotonous labor and the strenuous labor that many times teachers have, so we can dedicate more time to our students. So these AI benefits are, of course, connected with the so-called digital university. And the future is all about this digital era. So, my dear friends and esteemed colleagues, when you think about this digital university, this is not something that will happen. This is something that is already happening right now. So, the concept of digital university has been created and developed, and now is perhaps our number one guideline regarding 2030 horizon and regarding what we have to create for the next generation. And the next generation is all about the use of AI-driven solutions. So implementing new possibilities with AI is something that we have to address, creating a balance, but always looking at the bright side of AI, because AI can truly help us understand and redefine the landscape of education. So to summarize these paths, I would like to say that we still have a new world ahead of us. We still have a lot to discover. We still have a lot to understand. We still have a lot to discover and find out about AI, of course. And we will be having more and more AI solutions. We will be having more challenges, namely when you think about the labor market, when you think about the needs of the labor market, when you think about what the labor market wants from universities, because the labor market wants students who have the knowledge, who have the skills, who have the literacies, who know more about AI. So we need more AI literacy, not just for our students, but of course for our teachers as well. So, my dear friends, it was a huge pleasure to be here with you again. It was a huge pleasure to return, in a digital way to Jan Kurup. I hope we can meet again, and I hope we can stay in touch in order to analyze and further create responses about AI in education and how to use AI with new policies, new approaches, and to create new paths that are interesting for our students, because we are working for our students and to help our students understand this new era of this digital world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Luis Cardozo, for the incredible presentation as usual, and giving us such informative and comprehensive presentation for today conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the question and answer or discussion session. Again, we say that we are glad to receive so many questions from all the participants, but because the limitation of the time, we are going to select only 2 questions and we deliver it to speaker. Participant can send a question via Zoom or chat box. Thank you. Okay, now let's see the questions from the participants. All right, sir. We have the first question, sir, from Safrizal Indonesia. The question is, how can higher education institution leverage AI-powered language tools to enhance language learning, improve student outcomes, and support diverse linguistic needs in globalized academic environment? Is the first question, sir?
Well, this is a very interesting and complex question, like the questions before, with the previous keynote speaker.
Yeah.
Okay, so my dear friends, artificial intelligence is all about opportunities. And when we think about language teaching and learning, of course, we have to understand that we have to make choices. It all depends on our students. It all depends on our classes, of course. So we have to select, for example, what are the most interesting applications and what are the most important apps that we can use to obtain different goals. So if I want, for example, to create lesson plans, I have many choices. So I have to choose what are the apps that are going to help me to create a better lesson plan. If I want to create new possibilities for evaluation, for assessment, then I can use other types. For example, if I want to create a new pedagogical approach, and of course, all students are different, sometimes we have a group of students that we cannot reach out and that we cannot connect, for example, with traditional pedagogical approaches, and we need new pedagogical approaches. So then we can use AI to have responsive possibilities regarding those needs. So in short, to summarize, I would say that this all depends on the choices we are making regarding what's happening in our classroom, what is happening with our students, and what are we trying to achieve. So if we are trying to address curriculum issues, for example, if we are trying to connect with students, if we are trying to create new pedagogical approaches, if we are trying to create lesson plans that are more interesting with more active solutions for students, for example. So AI can help us with all this, and we have to determine what are the best solutions that we can manage. Then we choose, then we practice, then we try to see what is happening by using those solutions. And of course, we are always learning more and more about artificial intelligence. We are using more and more solutions, and we can establish, okay, this is a solution that is helping me. Perhaps that one is not helping me a lot, so I will substitute this path. And I can connect with others. I can share my practices with different colleagues. I can share my practices with colleagues from different universities. I can connect and say, what are you doing, for example, when you have this issue, when you have this problem here? What are the paths that you are creating to reach out for those students? So engagement, collaboration, sharing practices, and of course selecting tools to identify the needs and to get to the real solutions. So to summarize, it's a question of determining what do I want to achieve regarding the use of AI. Thank you. It's a complex question. We could be talking here for hours.
Yes. Thank you, Professor. So, since the previous question is the complex question, so we still invited participant to give the questions through the chat box or personal chat via WhatsApp applications. Okay, no. All right. No. All right, sir. This is perhaps the final questions for today. Thank you for the answers, the detailed answer. And then apparently we still perhaps having more questions from the participant, and then they can send the question through the via chat box and also our personal WhatsApp application, and then we send to Professor Luis Cardozo directly. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
Yes, for the
Thank
valuable
you.
information, and it's a great honor to have you in this occasion. We really hope that we can meet in the next project and conference. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. See you soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to Ian Kurup. Thank you, our esteemed moderator, Dr. Mutmain, of course, all the colleagues here in your university, and I hope we can meet soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end part of this conference, the first ELeSViTa virtual talk Language Learning in Artificial Intelligence Internet Online Think, hosted by UPTB EIN Churu. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the first ELeSViTa International Conference to a close, I want to take a moment to extend our deepest thanks to all our remarkable speakers. Your expertise, patience, and dedication to field of language education have been truly inspiring. Each presentation has not only enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities in language learning, but has also sparked meaningful dialogue and ideas that will continue to resonate long after this conference. Your contribution have been invaluable, and we are grateful for the time, effort, and knowledge you have shared with us. Thank you once again for making this event such a success. We look forward to continuing the conversation you've started and carrying in the insight gain here into our work moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of the first ELeSViTa International Conference, I also would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your invaluable contribution, insightful discussion, and shared enthusiasm for advising the field of language education. Over the course of this event, we've explored new ideas, tackled challenges, and celebrated the transformative potential of language learning in today's world. Ladies and gentlemen, let us live here with a renewed sense of purpose, inspired to continue our work and collaborate with patience, knowing that our collective effort can shape the future of education. Thank you once again for your participation, and we would look forward to seeing you at a future event as we continue to learn, grow, and innovate together. Safe travels, and let's keep the conversation going. Thank you. Goodbye.